This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never been comfortable talking about this. I don't expect anyone to believe me. And honestly, I'm not sure I'd believe it either if it hadn't happened to me. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This all started back in 1997 when I was 10 years old. My parents had divorced when I was 7, and I was spending that summer with my dad in this tiny town called Pinewood Creek in North Dakota. If you've never heard of it, I'm not surprised. It's one of those places with a single main street and where everyone knows everyone's business. My dad was living in this ancient apartment building that used to be a church. There was even this old bronze plaque outside that said something about it being built in the 1880s. The building had been converted into apartments sometime in the 60s, but it still had that church feeling. High ceilings, weird angles in the hallways, and these windows that were way too tall and narrow. From the moment I stepped into that building, something felt wrong. I can't explain it exactly, but it was like walking into a room where people had just been arguing. You know that lingering tension in the air? It was like that, but constant. Even during the day, I felt like something was watching me from the corners of the apartment. At night, it was unbearable. Despite it being summer and the apartment having no AC, I would sleep bundled up in this heavy comforter with it pulled over my head. I was absolutely convinced that if I peeked out, I'd see something standing in the corner of my room. My dad thought I was being dramatic about the heat, but I couldn't explain to him why I needed that blanket. It was my only protection. On this particular day, July 18th, my dad had to work late at the factory. I was home alone, which wasn't unusual. I'd spent the morning playing around on our dial-up internet and drinking way too much Mountain Dew. By mid-afternoon, I was bored out of my mind. The apartment felt stuffier than usual, and I decided to ride my bike to my grandma's house about 5 blocks away. I remember grabbing my backpack with my Game Boy in it and heading out. I was halfway down the block when I realized I hadn't locked the apartment door. My dad was super strict about this. Always lock the door, even in a small town. I turned around and pedaled back, leaning my bike against the building's front steps. The main entrance to the building was always unlocked during the day, so I walked in and took the stairs to the second floor where our apartment was. Our door was still slightly ajar, just as I'd left it. I pushed it open and immediately something felt different. The air was colder and there was this weird smell, like wet soil and something metallic. Then I heard it, a rustling sound coming from the kitchen. My first thought was that maybe my dad had come home early, but something in my gut told me that wasn't right. Still, I called out, "Dad?" My voice sounded so small in that apartment. No answer, just more rustling. I should have run. Everything inside me was screaming to run, but I was frozen. I took a few steps toward the kitchen, and that's when I saw it. There was a man standing by our counter, except he wasn't really a man. He was like a cutout of a man, completely black like a shadow, but solid. He was wearing what looked like a cowboy hat, and he was leaning against the counter with his arms crossed. The most terrifying part was his face. He didn't have any features except these stark white eyes. No pupils, no irises, just white, like 2 holes cut into darkness. As I stood there, paralyzed with fear, a smile slowly spread across his face. It was white, like his eyes, impossibly wide, and there was nothing friendly about it. It was the kind of smile a predator might give right before it pounces. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I just stood there, staring at this impossible thing in my kitchen. He didn't move toward me or say anything. He just stood there, smiling that terrible smile. Finally, my body caught up with my brain, and I screamed. I turned and ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, and straight into my dad, who was just coming home. I was hysterical, trying to explain through tears and gasps what I'd seen. My dad, thinking someone had broken in, went up to check the apartment with me, clinging to his arm. Of course, there was nothing there. No shadow man, no sign that anyone had been in our kitchen. The windows were all locked from the inside and nothing was missing or disturbed. My dad assumed I'd had too much sugar and scared myself with an overactive imagination. He didn't say it outright, but I could tell he thought I was making it up for attention. But I knew what I saw. That thing in our kitchen wasn't human. It wasn't even fully three-dimensional. It was like a shadow that had peeled itself off the wall and taken form. For the rest of that summer, I refused to be alone in the apartment. I'd wait outside on the steps for my dad to come home, or I'd stay at my grandma's until he could pick me up. I never told him why. I couldn't bear to see that look of disbelief again. But every time I walked into that kitchen, I could feel those white eyes watching me. When summer ended, I went back to live with my mom in Minnesota, and I tried to forget about the shadow cowboy. I convinced myself it had been my imagination, a waking nightmare, anything but real. For a while it worked. I grew up, started high school, made friends, and the memory of that day faded to the background until 4 years later, when I was 14. My mom let me have some friends over for a sleepover, 4 girls from my class. We did the usual sleepover stuff, watched scary movies, talked about boys, ate junk food until we felt sick. We all fell asleep in the living room around 2 in the morning. The next day, as everyone was getting ready to leave, my friend Amber pulled me aside. She looked pale and nervous. "Hey, I need to ask you something weird," she said, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. "Does your house have like a history or something?" My stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" She hesitated. "Last night, when everyone was asleep, I got up to get some water. When I went into the kitchen, I saw someone. I felt like the floor was tilting beneath me." "What did you see exactly?" "It's going to sound crazy," she said, twisting her hands together. "There was this man standing by your pantry, except he wasn't normal. He was all black, like a shadow, but solid, and he was wearing this old-fashioned cowboy hat. The creepiest part was his face. He didn't really have one, just these white eyes and this horrible smile." I couldn't speak. My ears were ringing, and I felt like I might throw up. Amber had just described in perfect detail the exact thing I'd seen in my dad's apartment 4 years earlier and hundreds of miles away. Did it do anything?" I managed to ask. She shook her head. "No, it just stood there, smiling at me." I ran back to the living room and hid under my sleeping bag until morning. I thought I was dreaming, but I wasn't, was I? "You've seen it too, haven't you?" I nodded, unable to trust my voice. How was this possible? How could this thing have followed me from North Dakota to Minnesota? How long had it been watching me? Had it been in every house I'd lived in since that summer? After Amber left, I searched the entire house, checking every closet, under every bed, behind every door. I didn't find anything, but that didn't make me feel better. I knew now that this thing could disappear and reappear at will. It could be watching me right now, and I'd never know until it decided to show itself. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat up with all the lights on, afraid to close my eyes. I kept thinking about what this thing was, a ghost, a demon, something else entirely, and why me? What did it want from me? I never saw the shadow cowboy again after that day, but knowing it had followed me across state lines made me feel violated in a way I can't describe. It was like finding out someone had been secretly living in your home for years, watching your most private moments. I'm 25 now, and I still sleep with a light on. I still check behind doors and in closets before I can relax in a room. I've never told anyone else about this except my husband, and I can tell he doesn't fully believe me. He thinks it was sleep paralysis or an overactive teenage imagination, but Amber saw it too. And sometimes when I'm alone in the kitchen late at night, I get that feeling again, like I'm being watched, like something is waiting just out of sight. I don't know if it's still following me or if it's moved on to someone else. I don't know what it wanted or why it chose me. All I know is that it was real. And sometimes when I catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, I'm afraid to turn around in case I see that horrible white smile again. Story 2. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts or whatever, But what happened to me in that apartment has left me questioning everything I thought I knew. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. About 3 years ago, I moved into what seemed like a perfect apartment in this old Victorian 4-story building in Foleshaw Park South, right between Wilmslow and Alderley Edge. As a marketing executive at a firm in town, the location was perfect. I could walk to work in 15 minutes. There were good pubs nearby, and the rent was surprisingly reasonable for such a nice area. The building itself was impressive, one of those grand old structures with high ceilings, ornate cornices, and big windows. My apartment was on the top floor, which I initially loved because of the views across the park. The estate agent called it characterful, which I now understand is code for something isn't right with this place. The first few weeks were fine. I was busy settling in, arranging furniture, working long hours at the office. My girlfriend Kate would stay over sometimes, though from day one she complained about the place. "It feels dark in here," she'd say, even when all the lights were on. "There's something troublesome about this building." I laughed it off as her being dramatic. But then small things started happening. I'd wake up in the night feeling like someone was watching me. I started avoiding my living room for no logical reason. I just felt uncomfortable in there. I began eating all my meals in the kitchen or bedroom, even though the living room had this beautiful bay window and was technically the nicest space. The bathroom started to bother me too. When showering, I'd leave the door wide open, which made no sense because the bathroom would get cold, but I couldn't shake this compulsion to keep staring down the corridor while I washed, like I needed to make sure nothing was coming. The worst was what happened with my bedroom door. Every night I'd close it firmly. I'd check the latch, make sure it clicked properly, but every single morning, without fail, I'd wake up to find it wide open. After the first few times, I started putting things against the door, a chair, books, whatever, but they'd just be pushed aside by morning. What really disturbed me was how I'd wake up. Kate pointed it out first when she stayed over. She said I'd sit bolt upright in bed at around 3 in the morning, eyes fixed on the door, completely silent. I had no memory of doing this. When she told me, a cold feeling washed over me. I started setting up my phone to record myself sleeping. And sure enough, there I was, sitting up like a robot, staring at the door for sometimes 20 minutes before lying back down. Kate and I split up about 6 months after I moved in. She refused to stay over anymore, said the place gave her nightmares. We tried meeting at her place instead, but the relationship had already developed this tension we couldn't shake. She'd become convinced the apartment was affecting my personality, making me irritable and distant. Maybe she was right. I lived there for almost a year. As time went on, the feeling of dread in certain parts of the apartment intensified. I developed these elaborate paths through my own home, avoiding specific corners, never standing in certain spots. I knew it was irrational, but I couldn't help it. My neighbor Anne, who lived on the 3rd floor, once asked if I was okay, said she could hear me pacing at night. I didn't have the heart to tell her I'd been asleep during those times. The day everything came to a head started normally enough. It was a Saturday in October, slightly chilly but sunny. I'd finally decided to move out, had found a new place closer to my parents in Manchester. The landlord, this elderly gentleman named Mr. Garvey, who'd been in the RAF during his younger years, came by to check the electricity meter before I left. "Need to get a reading before you go," he said, jingling his massive ring of keys. "It's down in the basement." I'd never been to the basement before, didn't even know the building had one until that moment. We went down the main stairwell, past the ground floor, and through this heavy door I'd always assumed was a storage closet. Behind it was another narrow set of stairs leading down into darkness. Mr. Garvey flicked on a light, one of those bare bulbs hanging from a cord, revealing a long, damp corridor with several doors leading off it. "Each flat has its own meter and utility area," he explained, walking to the far end. "Yours is the last one." He unlocked a small door, and we entered what looked like a maintenance room. The walls were concrete, the floor dirt in some places. The meter was on the far wall next to some electrical panels. As I moved closer to read the numbers, something caught my eye. The wiring around the electrical panel for my apartment was melted and blackened, like it had been exposed to intense heat, but there was no sign of fire damage anywhere else. "That doesn't look safe," I said, pointing. Mr. Garvey squinted at it. Must be an old short circuit. I'll get someone to look at it after you leave." But what really made my skin crawl were the drawings. On the wall beside my electrical panel were what looked like children's crayon drawings, crude stick figures, houses, and something that resembled a tall, thin person with no features. They were faded but clearly visible against the gray concrete. "Were there kids living in my apartment before me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Not that I recall," Mr. Garvey said, not seeming concerned at all. "Building's been here since 1887. Lots of people have come and gone." After recording the meter reading, we left, with Mr. Garvey carefully locking the basement door behind us. He handed me some paperwork to sign, then left, saying he'd be back later to collect my keys. I went back upstairs to finish packing. Most of my stuff was already in boxes, and I started carrying them down to my car. On my third trip down, arms full with a heavy box of books, something happened that I still can't explain. I was approaching the main entrance to the stairwell when I heard it. From behind the basement door came this violent, repeated banging. Bam, 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 bam. Not like someone knocking, but like something massive slamming against the door from the inside, making the whole frame shudder. I froze. The banging continued, rhythmic and furious. Bam, 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 bam. There were no voices, no calls for help, just this relentless pounding. My first thought was that someone was trapped down there, but Mr. Garvey had locked it with a key only he had, and this didn't sound like human banging. It was too powerful, too consistent. I dropped my box and backed away, my heart racing. The banging stopped abruptly, leaving a silence that felt even more threatening. I couldn't bring myself to go back upstairs alone. I practically ran to Anne's apartment and knocked frantically. When she answered, I made up some story about having leftover food I thought she might want. I must have looked terrified because she invited me in immediately. "Are you all right? You're white as a sheet," she said. I couldn't tell her what I'd heard. Instead, I stayed in her apartment for almost an hour, making small talk while gathering the courage to go back upstairs. When I finally did, I took the stairs 2 at a time, grabbed as many of my belongings as I could carry, and made a dash for my car. It took me 4 more quick trips to get everything, and each time I passed that basement door, I held my breath, expecting the banging to start again. It never did, but the silence felt like something waiting. I left my keys with Anne, told her to give them to Mr. Garvey. I couldn't face going back inside that building again. As I drove away, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me. Here's what keeps me up at night. I'd lived in that building for nearly a year and never once heard anything from that basement. Not a sound, but on the day I was leaving, whatever was down there made itself known, like it was making one final, violent demonstration of its power. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was pipes, or the boiler, or some kind of maintenance issue. But deep down, I know it wasn't. The timing was too perfect, the intensity too deliberate. I've never gone back to that building, not even to drive past it. I changed jobs a few months later, moved to a completely different part of the country. Sometimes I think about calling Anne to ask if anyone else has experienced similar things in that apartment. But I'm afraid of what she might tell me. The strangest part, since moving out, I've never again woken up sitting upright, staring at my bedroom door, and my doors stay exactly how I leave them at night. I don't know what was in that Victorian building. I don't know if it was specifically in my apartment or if it was in the basement, tied somehow to those childish drawings and melted wires. All I know is that in the year I lived there, something was watching me, affecting me, changing me in ways I couldn't understand. Sometimes I wonder if Mr. Garvey knew more than he let on, the way he barely reacted to the melted wiring or those drawings, like he'd seen them before, like they were just another feature of the building. I still dream about that basement door and the violent banging from behind it. In my dreams, though, I make the mistake of opening it, of looking to see what was causing that sound. I always wake up before I can see it clearly, but the impression remains, something tall and thin, just like in those crayon drawings, waiting in the darkness. I'm writing this from my new place, a modern apartment in a building less than 10 years old, with bright hallways and no basement. There's nothing characterful about it, and that's exactly how I like it. But even now, 3 years later, I sometimes catch myself avoiding certain corners of rooms, or feeling the need to check that my bedroom door is still closed. Some things stay with you, I guess. Some places leave their mark, and whatever was in that Victorian building in Folshore Park South, it's still there, waiting for the next tenant who might not be lucky enough to escape when I did. Story 3. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family before. It's not that I was sworn to secrecy or anything. But when you grow up with something so strange, you just assume everyone will think you're crazy if you talk about it. But after reading some of the experiences others have shared here, I feel like maybe I'm not alone. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I grew up in Oak Ridge, a small rural town where my family has lived for over 120 years. Our modest farmhouse sits about half a mile down the road from what everyone locally calls the Woodbury Mansion. It's a huge Victorian home built in 1892 by the Woodbury family, who owned most of the surrounding farmland and pine forest back then. By the time I was born in the early 90s, the mansion was occupied only by Agnes Woodbury, the last living descendant of the original owners. She was a wealthy, childless widow who lived there alone until she died about 10 years ago. She must have been in her late 80s when she passed. My connection to Agnes and that house started long before I was born. My mom was best friends with Agnes's foster daughter, Catherine, when they were teenagers in the 70s. Mom said Agnes was always formal and strict, the kind of woman who insisted on proper tea service even for a teenager's visit. Catherine had come to live with Agnes when she was 12 after losing her parents in a car accident. Agnes was her mother's cousin and the only relative willing to take her in. Growing up, I heard countless stories about the mansion. Mom would describe the grand staircase, the library with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and the formal dining room with its crystal chandelier. But she'd also talk about how she'd never felt comfortable there, how the house seemed to watch you somehow. When I was about 7, I met Agnes myself. Our family had always maintained a neighborly relationship with her, and she'd occasionally invite us for tea or to bring her preserves from our garden. Despite what my mom had said about her strict nature, I found Agnes to be kind, if a bit formal. She always offered me cookies and would ask about school in that way older people do, a bit detached but genuinely interested. During these visits, I only ever saw the kitchen and a small TV room off to the side where Agnes would sometimes watch her programs, as she called them. She never invited us upstairs, and honestly, I never wanted to go. The house had a heaviness to it that's hard to describe. It wasn't just the normal quietness of an old house, it was something more. The first time I noticed something truly strange, I was 8. Mom had sent me to deliver a basket of apples from our orchard to Agnes. It was a bright autumn day, but the moment I stepped onto the gravel pathway leading to the mansion, the air seemed to cool. As I walked, the gravel crunched beneath my feet, but I heard extra footsteps, like someone was walking right beside me, matching my pace. I stopped, and the phantom steps stopped too. I continued, and so did they. I remember my heart racing as I practically ran the rest of the way to the front door. Agnes greeted me with her usual politeness, seemingly unaware of my fear. When I mentioned the footsteps to my mom later, she got this strange look on her face and said, "The house has always been that way, honey. Just don't go there alone anymore." But that was just the beginning. Over the years, I noticed more and more oddities about the mansion. The outbuildings, an old carriage house, a gardener's shed, and what used to be servants' quarters, all had windows that looked impenetrably black, regardless of the time of day. It wasn't like they were painted or covered. They just absorbed light somehow. If you peered into them, you couldn't see anything, not even reflections. When I was about 11, I needed to use the bathroom during a visit. Agnes directed me down a hallway that required passing the main staircase leading to the second floor. I had never been this far into the house before, and as I approached the stairs, the air grew noticeably colder. The hallway was dimly lit despite the wall sconces, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. I forced myself not to look up the staircase, but I could feel something there, a pressure, a presence, like the entire weight of the house was concentrated at the top of those stairs. It was as if the oppressive atmosphere of the mansion was flowing down from the second floor, pooling around me as I hurried past. The worst part was the mounted deer head on the wall opposite the stairs. I swear to God, its glass eyes followed me as I walked by. Not in the way that some paintings seem to follow you. This was different. Its head actually seemed to turn slightly, just enough for those dead eyes to track my movement. I practically ran to the bathroom, did my business as quickly as possible, and sprinted back to the kitchen, keeping my eyes fixed firmly on the floor as I passed the staircase again. When I told my grandmother about it that night, she wasn't surprised. She told me that her own mother, my great-grandmother, had described the exact same feeling about the mansion back in the 1930s. According to family stories, the Woodbury mansion had maintained this unsettling aura for at least 60 years, possibly longer. My grandmother explained that the Woodburys had been a strange family, known for their reclusiveness despite their wealth and status in the community. Agnes's parents had rarely left the house, and her grandparents before them had been equally solitary. There were rumors of mental illness, of family members being kept hidden away on the second floor. Some houses, my grandmother said, absorb the energy of the people who live in them, and some families never really leave, even after they're gone. As I entered my teens, I visited Agnes less frequently. The uneasiness I felt in the mansion had grown stronger, and I made excuses to avoid going whenever possible. But sometimes, especially around holidays, my parents would insist I accompany them for a visit. During my last visit, when I was 14, I experienced the most terrifying incident yet. It was Christmas Eve, and we had brought Agnes a small gift and some of my mom's homemade fudge. While my parents chatted with her in the kitchen, I excused myself to use the bathroom. As I passed the staircase, I felt the familiar chill and dread, but this time, curiosity got the better of me. I glanced up the stairs. At the top landing stood what looked like a group of people, shadowy, indistinct figures in outdated clothing. They weren't moving, just standing there, looking down at me. I couldn't make out their faces, but I felt their eyes on me. I froze, unable to scream or run. The air seemed to vibrate with tension, and I heard what sounded like whispers, too faint to understand. Then, as quickly as I'd seen them, they were gone. The landing was empty, but the feeling of being watched remained. I don't remember using the bathroom or returning to the kitchen. The next thing I recall is sitting in our car as we drove home, my parents concerned about how pale and quiet I was. I refused to go back to the mansion after that. I made up excuses, feigned illness, anything to avoid returning. My parents, perhaps sensing my genuine fear, stopped insisting. Agnes died peacefully in her sleep the following spring. The entire town attended her funeral, more out of respect for the Woodbury name than any personal connection to Agnes herself. She had been the last of her line, with no direct heirs. Her foster daughter, Catherine, who had moved away years earlier, inherited the mansion but promptly put it up for sale. Here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. The day after Agnes's funeral, my dad went to the mansion to help Catherine sort through some of Agnes's belongings. When he returned home that evening, he had a strange expression on his face. "The house feels different," he said, "like a weight has been lifted from it." Curious despite my fear, I accompanied him the next day. The moment we stepped onto the gravel path, I noticed the difference. There were no phantom footsteps matching our own. The air didn't grow colder as we approached. The windows of the outbuildings were just normal windows, reflecting the sunlight instead of absorbing it. Inside, the transformation was even more dramatic. The mansion felt like any other old house, grand and a bit musty, but ordinary. The hallway past the staircase was just a hallway, the mounted deer head just a dusty taxidermy specimen. When I forced myself to look up the stairs, I saw nothing but an empty landing. illuminated by sunlight streaming through a stained glass window I'd never noticed before. The oppressive atmosphere that had defined the Woodbury mansion for generations had vanished completely. It was as if whatever had haunted the house had departed with Agnes. About 6 months later, a new family moved in, a couple with 3 children and a golden retriever. I've gotten to know them over the years, and they've never experienced anything unusual in the house. Their kids play on the 2nd floor, run up and down the grand staircase, and have even converted one of the attic spaces into a playroom. Their dog, which would surely sense any lingering presence, sleeps peacefully throughout the house. It's been a decade now since Agnes died, and I've spent countless hours trying to make sense of what happened. The only explanation that feels right to me is something my grandmother suggested before she passed away 3 years ago. Maybe, she said, Agnes's ancestors were waiting for her. Maybe they lingered in that house, unable or unwilling to move on until the last of their bloodline could join them, and when she did, they finally found peace and left together. I think about this often, the idea that generations of Woodburys remain tethered to their family home, creating that oppressive atmosphere, watching and waiting for Agnes. I wonder if she knew they were there. Did she feel their presence as acutely as the rest of us did? Did she ever see them standing at the top of the stairs? Was she afraid, or did she find comfort in knowing her family was waiting for her? I'll never know for sure what happened in that mansion, or why the haunting ended so abruptly with Agnes's death. But I do know that the Woodbury mansion stands as a testament to the profound bonds that can hold a family together, even beyond death. And sometimes, late at night, I find myself wondering if my own ancestors are watching over our farmhouse, waiting for the day when we'll all be reunited. Story 4. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. My parents raised us Catholic, but it was more cultural than anything. We went to church on Christmas and Easter, and that was about it. I considered myself pretty grounded and rational until last year when my family moved to Phoenix. I was 16, and like any teenager, I was pissed about having to leave my friends behind in Colorado. My dad got this great job opportunity that came with a significant pay raise, so we packed up and headed to Arizona in the middle of July. The heat was unbearable, like stepping into an oven every time you went outside. The house we moved into was this weird mix of old and new. The original structure was from the 1970s, but the previous owners had added a whole new wing about 10 years ago. When we were picking bedrooms, I immediately claimed the biggest one, which happened to be at the end of a long hallway in the original part of the house. My younger brother Jake got stuck with one of the smaller rooms in the new addition. He was 17 months younger than me, but acted like he was way older because he was into philosophy and had recently gotten into some weird occult stuff, rejecting our family's Catholic background. Looking back, I should have known something was off from the very first night. My dog, Rex, a golden retriever who had slept at the foot of my bed since he was a puppy, flat out refused to enter my new room. He'd follow me to the doorway, then sit down and whine. No amount of treats or coaxing would get him to cross the threshold. I figured he was just adjusting to the new house and didn't think much of it. That first night, I woke up at exactly 1:30 in the morning. Not around 1:30, exactly 1:30. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed red in the darkness. The room was freezing cold. I remember thinking it was strange because it was July in Arizona, and even with the AC cranked, the house never got cold. The thermostat was set to 75 degrees, but my room felt like a refrigerator. I could see my breath in the air. I pulled my blanket tighter around me and told myself it was just the air conditioning vent blowing directly on me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. There was something about the quality of the cold. It felt dense, almost like it had weight to it. The second night, the same thing happened. I woke up at exactly 1:30 again, shivering. This time, I noticed something else. A feeling like someone was watching me. You know that sensation when you can feel eyes on you? It was like that, but more intense. I scanned the room but couldn't see anyone. The feeling was strongest when I looked toward my closet. By the end of the first week, I was exhausted from waking up every night at the same time. I mentioned it to my parents, but they dismissed it as stress from the move. My mom suggested I was just having trouble adjusting to the new house and the Arizona heat. Then things started disappearing. Small stuff at first. A watch I'd left on my desk, a textbook I needed for summer reading, my favorite hoodie. I accused Jake of messing with my stuff, but he denied it. The weird part? The items would reappear days later, exactly where I'd left them originally, like they'd never been moved at all. The closet door became a particular source of anxiety for me. When it was closed, I could almost forget about the strange things happening. But when it was open, which seemed to happen on its own sometimes, the entire room felt wrong. The air felt thicker, and that feeling of being watched intensified. I started keeping it firmly shut and even shoved my dresser in front of it one night, only to wake up at 1:30 to find the dresser moved and the closet door wide open. After about a month of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I started sleeping on the couch in the living room. My parents thought I was being ridiculous, but I couldn't explain to them how terrified I was of my own bedroom. How do you tell your parents that your room feels wrong without sounding crazy? That's when Jake got involved. He'd been watching me deteriorate over the weeks, and finally, he offered to switch rooms with me. I was hesitant. I didn't want whatever was happening to affect him instead, but he insisted. He said he was interested in experiencing it because of his newfound fascination with the occult and supernatural. I thought he was being stupid, but I was desperate for a good night's sleep, so we switched. My first night in Jake's old room, I slept through until morning for the first time since we'd moved in. No cold spots, no feeling of being watched, nothing missing, just normal, peaceful sleep. I felt guilty about Jake, but also incredibly relieved. For the first few days, Jake seemed fine. He even made fun of me, saying I was imagining things. But after about a week, I noticed changes in him. Dark circles formed under his eyes. He became irritable and withdrawn. He stopped eating meals with us and spent more and more time in that room, my old room. About 2 weeks after we switched, I woke up in the middle of the night to get a glass of water. As I passed by Jake's room, my old room, I heard him talking in a low voice. I paused, listening. It didn't sound like he was on the phone. It was more like he was reciting something. I couldn't make out the words, but the cadence was rhythmic, almost like a chant. The next morning, Jake looked worse than ever. His face was gaunt, and his hands shook as he poured his cereal. When I asked if he was okay, he snapped at me to mind my own business. That night, I heard him again, chanting in his room. This continued for several days, and Jake's condition deteriorated rapidly. Finally, after nearly a month of this, Jake broke down. We were alone in the house. Our parents had gone out for dinner, and I found him sitting on the living room floor, shaking and crying. I'd never seen my brother like this. He was always the composed one, the intellectual who thought he was above showing emotion. "There's something in that room, Lucas," he whispered. "You were right." I sat down next to him, waiting for him to continue. He told me he'd been experimenting with some rituals he'd found online, trying to contact whatever entity might be in the room. He thought it would be enlightening or some crap like that. He admitted he'd been dabbling in black magic for months, even before we moved, but had never experienced anything real until now. "Last night," he said, his voice cracking, "I woke up at 1:30. The room was freezing. I opened my eyes and saw something peeking out from the closet. I felt my skin crawl," as he described it, "a shadow darker than the darkness around it, shaped vaguely like a person but wrong somehow, too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed too long. I thought I was dreaming at first," Jake continued. "I got up to look closer and it rushed at me. It moved so fast, like it was gliding across the floor, and then it just vanished, but I could still feel it there watching me. I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to tell him it was just his imagination, but I knew better. I'd felt it too. After that night, things escalated throughout the house. It wasn't just confined to that bedroom anymore. Doors would slam shut on their own. We'd hear footsteps in the hallway when no one was there. Once, my mom screamed when she saw all the kitchen cabinets open simultaneously while she was cooking dinner. My parents finally started to believe something was wrong, but they attributed it to the house settling or the wind or some other rational explanation. They refused to consider anything supernatural. Jake, on the other hand, became even more obsessed. Instead of being frightened away from his occult interests, the experiences seemed to fuel his fascination. He started talking about getting a Ouija board, saying we needed to communicate with whatever was in the house. "Are you insane?" I asked him one night after he'd brought it up again. "Haven't you seen any horror movies? That's exactly how people make things worse." "This isn't a movie, Lucas," he replied with this unsettling calmness. "This is real. Don't you want to understand what's happening?" I didn't. I just wanted it to stop. The thing is, both Jake and I were planning to leave home soon. I had enlisted in the Army and would be leaving for basic training after graduation. Jake had been accepted to a university in California for the fall. Part of me was relieved to know I'd be getting away from that house, but I was worried about what Jake might do before he left, and I was worried about my parents staying there without either of us. Yesterday was the worst day yet. It started normally enough. I went to school, came home, did some homework. Jake was holed up in his room as usual. Around dinner time, the temperature in the entire house suddenly dropped. I went to check the thermostat, thinking the AC was malfunctioning, but it was still set to 75. That's when I heard Jake screaming from his room. I ran down the hallway and found his door was jammed. I could hear him inside, yelling something I couldn't understand. I slammed my shoulder against the door repeatedly until it finally gave way. Jake was standing in the center of the room, his arms outstretched toward the open closet. The contents of his backpack were scattered across the floor. Books, papers, and what looked like small containers of herbs and other stuff I didn't recognize. There was a makeshift altar set up on his desk with candles and symbols drawn on pieces of paper. When he turned to look at me, his eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. "I made contact," he whispered. Before I could respond, every light in the house went out simultaneously. We were plunged into complete darkness, except for the faint glow of Jake's candles. And then I saw it, the shadow figure Jake had described emerging from the closet. It was exactly as he'd said, unnaturally tall and thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. It had no discernible features, just a darker patch of blackness in the shape of a person. It moved toward Jake with that same gliding motion he'd described, and I screamed for him to run, but he stood his ground, extending his hand toward the figure as if greeting it. The temperature dropped even further, and I could see ice crystals forming on the window. What happened next is hard to describe. The shadow seemed to expand, growing larger until it nearly touched the ceiling. Then it lunged, not at Jake, but at me. I felt a sensation like icy fingers wrapping around my throat, cutting off my air. I collapsed to my knees, gasping. Jake was shouting something, words in a language I didn't recognize. The pressure on my throat increased, and my vision started to go dark around the edges. I was certain I was about to die. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The shadow retreated back into the closet, and the lights throughout the house flickered back on. Jake rushed to my side, helping me up. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice shaking. I couldn't speak. I just stared at him in horror and disbelief. "I can control it," he whispered, his eyes gleaming with a fervor that terrified me more than the shadow had. "I can make it do things. I left the house last night. I'm staying with a friend until I leave for basic training next week. I've tried to convince my parents and Jake to come with me to get out of that house, but they won't listen. Jake is too fascinated by what's happening, and my parents still don't fully believe us. I don't know what Jake unleashed or invited in, but I know it's dangerous, and I'm afraid of what might happen when I'm not there anymore to try to talk some sense into him. Whatever that thing is, it's not something to be controlled or studied. It's something that should be left alone. I can't explain what happened in that house. I can't explain why that room at the end of the hallway felt wrong from the very beginning, or why my dog knew to stay away. All I know is that some places have darkness in them that goes beyond what we can understand. and my brother is playing with forces he doesn't comprehend. I just hope he realizes it before it's too late. Story 5. I've been debating whether to post this for months. I'm not looking for attention or trying to freak anyone out with some made-up story. What happened to me last winter in northern Minnesota still gives me nightmares, and I honestly just need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. It was early January, and I'd driven up to visit my Uncle Rob at his cabin near the Canadian border. He's always been the odd one in our family, moved away from civilization about 15 years ago after my aunt passed, built himself a cabin deep in the woods, and pretty much became a hermit. We'd stayed somewhat close, though, with occasional phone calls and my yearly visit. His place is seriously isolated. The nearest neighbor is over 4 miles away, and the town is a good 40-minute drive on roads that barely get plowed. Cell service is basically non-existent, and he only has satellite internet that works when it feels like it. The cabin itself is rustic but solid, built by Uncle Rob himself with logs from the property. It's got a main room with a stone fireplace, a tiny kitchen, 2 small bedrooms, and a bathroom with running water that's always freezing. The weather forecast had warned about a severe cold snap hitting the region, but I'd already taken time off work and made the 6-hour drive from Minneapolis. When I arrived, the temperature was already dropping fast. Uncle Rob seemed distracted when I got there, constantly checking the sky and mumbling about needing to stock up before the worst hit. "Gonna drop to -30 tonight, maybe worse," he said, looking at his old barometer on the wall. "Haven't seen it this cold in 7 or 8 years. We spent the afternoon chopping extra firewood and making sure the generator was working properly. Around 4 o'clock, the sky was already darkening, and Uncle Rob suddenly announced he needed to drive into town for supplies. "Can't it wait until morning?" I asked, noticing how the wind was picking up, whistling through the trees. He shook his head. "Storms coming in fast, roads might be impassable by morning, need more kerosene just in case, and propane." He seemed unusually nervous, which wasn't like him at all. "Want me to come with?" I offered. "No, better if you stay and keep the fire going. I'll be back in a couple hours, 3 tops." I didn't think much of it at the time. Uncle Rob knew these woods and roads better than anyone. So I helped him get the old pickup truck started, and he headed out, the sound of the engine gradually fading into the distance until all I could hear was the wind. The temperature dropped quickly after sunset. I built up the fire, made some coffee, and settled in on the worn leather couch with my phone. There's no cell service, but I had downloaded some shows to watch. The cabin was warm enough near the fireplace, but I could feel the cold seeping in through the walls as the temperature outside plummeted. It was around 8 o'clock when I first heard it. At first, I thought it was just the wind or maybe a branch scraping against the cabin, but there was something deliberate about the sound. A slow, heavy dragging noise moving around the perimeter of the cabin. I muted my show and listened. Drag, pause, drag, pause. It sounded like something heavy being pulled through the snow, circling the cabin. I told myself it was probably just a deer or maybe even a moose. The woods are full of wildlife, and animals sometimes seek shelter near human dwellings during extreme weather. Then came the knocking. 3 slow, distinct taps on the window to my right. Tap, tap, tap. My heart practically stopped. The window was about 7 feet off the ground due to the cabin's elevated foundation. Whatever was knocking would have to be tall, really tall. I sat frozen, staring at the window. The curtains were drawn, but they were thin enough that I should have been able to see a shadow if something was out there. I didn't see anything, just the faint glow of moonlight reflecting off the snow. A minute passed, then another. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it when the knocking came again, this time at the window on the opposite side of the cabin. Tap, tap, tap. Same rhythm, same deliberate pacing. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking. "Uncle Rob?" No response, just the howling of the wind. I stood up slowly, my legs shaking. Uncle Rob kept a rifle mounted above the fireplace, a Winchester that had belonged to his father. I'd never fired a gun in my life, but I took it down anyway, checking to make sure it was loaded the way he had shown me years ago. The dragging sound continued, now moving toward the front of the cabin. I backed away from the windows, rifle clutched in my sweaty hands, then silence. For maybe 5 minutes, nothing. I started thinking that whatever it was had gone away. I was wrong. A heavy thump against the front door made me jump. Then came the knocking again, louder this time. Thump, thump, thump. "Who's there?" I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. The thing on the other side of the door responded, and that's when true terror set in. The voice was wrong in every possible way, deep but garbled, like someone speaking underwater, or like a recording played at the wrong speed. It reminded me of those slowed-down songs people post online, but organic and real and somehow ancient. "Let me in," it said, drawing out each word unnaturally. I backed away until I hit the wall, rifle raised toward the door. "Go away," I yelled. "Cold," the voice gurgled. "So cold. Let me in." My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the gun. I needed to see what was out there. Uncle Rob had a heavy-duty flashlight on the mantel, the kind that can illuminate objects hundreds of yards away. I grabbed it with my free hand. The scratching started next, long, slow drags across the wooden walls like claws or nails being drawn from top to bottom. It moved from the front door around to the side of the cabin again. Tap, tap, tap. This time on the kitchen window. I gathered my courage and moved toward the kitchen, flashlight in one hand, rifle in the other. The window above the sink had no curtains. When the tapping came again, I quickly switched on the flashlight and shined it outside. What I saw will haunt me until the day I die. Standing just beyond the tree line, partially obscured by a pine but clearly visible in the flashlight beam, was something. It was tall, 7 or 8 feet at least, but horribly thin, almost skeletal. Its limbs were too long, too wrong, jointed in places where joints shouldn't be. The skin, if you could call it that, looked blackened and withered like severe frostbite, stretched tight over a frame that was barely human. But its face, God, its face. The eyes were what hit me first. They glowed a dull orange-red like embers buried deep in a dying fire. They reflected my flashlight beam back at me, but with their own internal light that seemed to burn from somewhere inside its skull. And then it smiled. Its mouth opened wider than any human mouth should, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. The smile literally stretched from ear to ear, far beyond what any face should be capable of. As I watched, frozen in terror, its jaw unhinged further, opening to an impossible angle. It raised one long bony arm and pointed directly at me. Then it spoke again. "Logan." It gurgled. I had never told it my name. "Let me in. I'm so hungry." I screamed and stumbled backward, dropping the flashlight. It clattered across the floor, the beam spinning wildly before pointing at the ceiling. I could hear it moving faster now, circling the cabin, scratching at every wall, tapping at every window. The temperature in the cabin seemed to drop rapidly. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face despite the roaring fire. I retreated to the corner of the main room, rifle pointed at the door, flashlight recovered and clutched tightly. The scratching continued for what felt like hours. Sometimes it would stop for a few minutes, and I'd think it was gone, only for the tapping to start again on a different window or wall. Not polite to keep friends. "Waiting," it called from somewhere outside, its voice changing, almost mimicking Uncle Rob's now, but wrong, distorted and twisted. At some point, I heard a splintering crack from somewhere on the roof. It was trying to get in. I chambered around in the rifle, hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. "Go away," I screamed again. "Leave me alone." It laughed. A horrible sound like ice breaking on a frozen lake mixed with the gurgle of someone drowning. The hours blurred together. I didn't dare look at the windows again. I just sat in the corner, rifle ready, jumping at every sound. The fire began to die down, but I was too terrified to move away from my position to add more logs. The cold crept in, numbing my fingers and toes. I don't know exactly when, but I must have dozed off from sheer exhaustion. I woke to the sound of an engine approaching. Headlights swept across the windows, and I heard Uncle Rob's truck door slam. The scratching and tapping had stopped. When Uncle Rob came through the door, he found me huddled in the corner, wild-eyed, still clutching the rifle. Jesus, Logan, what happened? He rushed over, carefully taking the gun from my hands. I told him everything, my words tumbling out in a panicked rush. He listened without interrupting, his expression growing more grave with each detail. When I finished, he walked to the window and looked out. The sun was just starting to rise, casting a pale glow over the snow-covered landscape. "Show me where you saw it," he said quietly. We bundled up and went outside. The temperature was still brutally cold, maybe -25, and the air felt like it was freezing my lungs with each breath. I led him to the spot where I'd seen the creature standing. There was nothing there, no footprints, no disturbance in the snow at all. We walked around the entire cabin. The snow was completely untouched except for our own tracks and Uncle Rob's from earlier. But it was scratching the walls, I insisted. Look at the wood. We examined every exterior wall. There wasn't a single mark that couldn't be explained by weather or age. "I'm not crazy," I said, my voice breaking. "I know what I saw, what I heard." Uncle Rob put his hand on my shoulder. "I believe you saw something," he said carefully. "These woods, they're old. Older than any of us understand." We went back inside, and he made us coffee while I sat wrapped in blankets, still shivering despite the rekindled fire. "The Ojibwe have stories," he said finally, "about spirits that walk these forests in the deepest cold of winter. Hunger spirits. The settlers called them Wendigos." "Why didn't you warn me?" I asked. He looked down at his coffee. "I didn't think. It's been years since anyone's reported seeing one. I thought they were just stories." I left the next morning despite Uncle Rob's insistence that I should stay until I'd calmed down. Before I drove away, he gripped my arm tightly. "Logan," he said, his voice deadly serious, "if you ever hear it again, don't look. And whatever you do, don't let it in." That was 3 months ago. I'm back in Minneapolis now, surrounded by people and noise and light. But every night when the temperature drops and the wind picks up, I think I hear it. That slow, dragging sound, followed by 3 deliberate taps on my bedroom window. Tap, tap, tap. Story 6. It all started about 7 months ago. I had just moved into my house in Ravenswood. Nothing fancy, just a small 2-bedroom place that I was finally able to afford after years of renting apartments. I was so proud of myself. The neighborhood was quiet, lots of old trees, and most of my neighbors were retired couples or young families. My boyfriend Matt only lived about 15 minutes away, which was perfect. Close enough for spontaneous visits, but far enough that we each had our own space. That night, I was home alone. Matt was supposed to come over after his late shift around 11, and I'd texted him earlier that I'd leave the back door unlocked. I decided to take a shower before he arrived. It was around 10:30, and I remember feeling so content standing under the hot water, thinking about how well things were finally going in my life. That's when I heard it, 3 distinct knocks on my bathroom window. They weren't loud or aggressive, just deliberate. Knock, knock, knock. The bathroom window is frosted glass and pretty high up, facing the side yard. My immediate thought was that Matt had arrived early and was messing with me instead of just coming inside. Without even thinking about it, I knocked back on the tile wall, the same pattern, knock, knock, knock. I even laughed a little, thinking how childish he was being. I called out, "Very funny, just come in already, the door's open," but there was no response. I finished my shower quickly, wrapped myself in a towel, and went to check if Matt's car was outside. It wasn't. I texted him asking if he'd just been at my house, and he replied that he was still at work, but would be over in about 30 minutes. That's when I felt the first chill. If Matt wasn't at my window, who was? I checked all the doors and windows, made sure everything was locked, and tried to brush it off. Maybe it was just a branch hitting the window or some neighborhood kid playing a prank. I tried to rationalize it, but something about those 3 distinct knocks stuck with me. When Matt arrived, I told him about it. He checked outside but didn't see anything suspicious. We both wrote it off as nothing, and honestly, I didn't think much more about it for the next few weeks. Then things started to change. Small things at first. I'd wake up feeling like I hadn't slept at all, even after 8 solid hours. I started having weird streaks of bad luck. Flat tires, missed deadlines at work, a minor fender bender in a parking lot. My phone would die randomly, even with a full charge. My coffee maker broke, then my microwave, then my car needed expensive repairs, all within the same week. Matt noticed I was becoming stressed and suggested it was just a rough patch. Everyone goes through them, he said. I wanted to believe him. But about a month after the knocking incident, I was going through some old books at my parents' house and came across a book about folklore and superstitions my grandmother had given me years ago. I was flipping through it when a page caught my eye. It was about supernatural visitors and home protection. There was a section about knocking patterns, and my blood went cold when I read. 3 knocks are often believed to be a warning or a request for entry. Never respond with 3 knocks in return, as this is considered permission for a spirit to enter your domain. I almost dropped the book. I told myself it was just a silly superstition, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd made a terrible mistake that night. That's when the really strange things started happening. I'd leave my keys on the counter and find them on the floor when I came back. At first, I thought maybe they had just been too close to the edge, but then other things started to move. Books would be in different places than where I left them. Cups would be in different cabinets. Clothes I was sure I'd put in the hamper would be laid out on my bed. One morning, I woke up to find all the framed photos in my living room turned face down. Every single one. Matt helped me put them back up, suggesting that maybe I'd had a particularly bad sleepwalking episode, but I've never sleepwalked in my life. The worst part was the feeling that started to develop in the house. It's hard to explain to someone who hasn't experienced it, but there was this heaviness that wasn't there before, like the air was thicker somehow. I'd walk into a room and feel like I was interrupting something, like someone had just been there and had quickly hidden. I'd get goosebumps for no reason, especially in the hallway leading to my bedroom. Matt started noticing it too, though he tried not to show it. He'd glance over his shoulder more often when he was at my place. He admitted that he sometimes felt like he was being watched when he used the bathroom. Once, he asked me if I'd been standing behind him while he was washing dishes, because he'd been certain he'd felt someone right there. I hadn't been. Then came the night experiences. I started waking up between 2 and 3 in the morning, every single night, like clockwork. At first, I thought it was just insomnia from stress. But then I realized I was waking up because of sounds. Creaking floorboards, moving through the house in a pattern that sounded exactly like footsteps. Sometimes they'd stop right outside my bedroom door. I'd lie there, heart pounding, staring at the door, expecting it to open at any moment. One night, about 3 months after the knocking incident, I heard the footsteps coming down the hall toward my room. I was alone that night. Matt had an early morning meeting, so he'd stayed at his place. The footsteps stopped at my door, and I heard the doorknob turn slowly. I was frozen in terror. The door opened just a crack, and I could feel something, standing there, watching me. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but I knew something was there. I lay perfectly still, pretending to be asleep, until I finally heard the door close again. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a vivid nightmare, but when I checked, the door was slightly ajar, not closed like I always keep it at night. I started sleeping with the lights on after that. It didn't help. The footsteps still came, the door still opened, but now I could see that nothing visible was there. Somehow, that was worse. The most disturbing development started about 2 months ago. I began waking up with the overwhelming sensation that someone was hovering directly above me as I slept. I'd open my eyes expecting to see a face inches from mine, but there was never anything there, just that suffocating feeling of a presence right on top of me. Sometimes it felt so heavy that I could barely breathe, like something was sitting on my chest. Matt started experiencing things too. He'd get unexplained scratches on his back after staying over. His watch would stop working in my house but function perfectly once he left. He developed a persistent cough that doctors couldn't explain, which would disappear as soon as he left my place and return when he came back. His family started having problems too. His mom fell and broke her hip the day after helping me move some furniture. His sister's car was totaled in a hit and run the night after she stayed over at my place. His nephew developed night terrors after spending an afternoon at my house. It was like everyone connected to me was being affected. I finally broke down and told Matt about the knocking and what I'd read about the superstition. I expected him to laugh it off, but he didn't. He asked if I'd considered moving out. I had, but something always stopped me from taking that final step. Part of me was afraid that whatever was happening would follow me anyway. Last week, things escalated in a way I can't ignore anymore. I was in the shower, the same shower where it all began, when I heard those 3 knocks again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, I didn't respond. I stood frozen under the water, which had suddenly gone ice cold despite the setting. The knocks came again, louder. Knock, knock, knock. I got out of the shower as quickly as I could, wrapped myself in a towel, and ran to my bedroom. I called Matt, but as soon as he answered, the call dropped. My phone showed no service, despite having full bars just seconds before. That night, the footsteps were different. They didn't just walk through the house and stop at my door. They paced back and forth, faster and more agitated than before. I could hear something being dragged along the wall in the hallway. When I checked the next morning, there were 3 long scratches in the wallpaper, about shoulder height. Matt came over to see them, and while we were examining the scratches, all the lights in the house went out at once. When they came back on seconds later, my bathroom door was wide open, and we could both see the word "mine" written in the condensation on the mirror. Matt doesn't stay over anymore. He says he can't sleep at my place. I don't blame him, but being alone here is becoming unbearable. Last night, I woke up to those familiar footsteps, but this time they were running. Sprinting down the hallway toward my room, my door flew open, and I felt something rush toward my bed. The temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath in the air. That's when I felt it, a hand brushing against my face in the darkness. Not a human hand. It was too cold, too dry, the fingers too long and thin. I screamed and turned on my bedside lamp, but there was nothing there. The touch lingered on my skin for hours afterward, like a ghostly fingerprint that wouldn't fade. I don't know what to do anymore. I've tried everything: sage, salt, prayers, even had a local priest come bless the house. Nothing works. Whatever I invited in that night with my response to those 3 knocks isn't leaving. It's getting stronger, more confident, more physical in its interactions. Sometimes I think I catch glimpses of it from the corner of my eye. A tall, dark figure just on the edge of my vision that disappears when I turn to look directly at it. Last night, I swear I saw it standing in the corner of my bedroom, watching me try to sleep. I'm writing this now because I don't know where else to turn. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Does anyone know how to undo what I've done? I'm terrified of what might happen next. Those 3 knocks changed everything, and I don't know how much longer I can live like this. Story 7. I've never told anyone about this before. Even typing it out now makes my hands shake a little. This happened about 3 months ago, and I still can't make sense of it. I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar, or can at least tell me I'm not losing my mind. I live in a fairly normal suburban neighborhood in Connecticut with my 6-year-old daughter, Lily. We moved here after my divorce 2 years ago. Nothing special about the house. Built in the 1980s, previous owners were an elderly couple who moved to Florida. No weird history that I know of. That day started like any other Saturday. Lily woke me up early as usual, begging to watch cartoons. After breakfast, she dragged her massive bin of Legos upstairs to the living room above the kitchen. This is her weekend ritual. She spreads them across the carpet and builds these elaborate little worlds. I could hear her up there walking around, the occasional plastic pieces clicking together, and her humming some song from school. I was sitting at the kitchen table paying bills online. Not exactly thrilling weekend stuff, but it needed to be done. From where I sat, I had a clear view of the hallway that connects to the stairs, but I couldn't actually see the staircase itself because of the wall angle. The office is down that same hallway, directly across from the stairs. It was around 11 in the morning when it happened. I'd been half listening to Lily's movements upstairs. You know how parents develop that weird sixth sense where you're always somewhat tuned in to what your kid is doing? I could hear her walking around, dropping Legos, the typical sounds. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs, that distinct creaky sound our wooden steps make when someone's coming down. I didn't think much of it. I glanced up from my laptop toward the hallway, expecting to see Lily. I caught just a quick glimpse of what I thought was the back of her head as she walked into the office. I recognized her shoulder-length brown hair and the purple shirt she was wearing that day. I figured she was going to grab some paper to draw on or something. I went back to paying the electric bill, still hearing movement upstairs. I remember thinking it was strange that I could still hear her upstairs when she'd just gone into the office. But kids move fast, right? Maybe she'd run back up without me noticing. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs again. These were louder, more deliberate than before. Something about the sound made me look up properly this time. And there was Lily, coming down the last few steps into the hallway, her arms full of Lego creations. She was wearing her purple shirt, her brown hair slightly messy from playing. My blood went cold. I watched, frozen, as she walked into the exact same office where I'd seen her, or something that looked exactly like her, enter just moments before. It took me a few seconds to process what was happening. If Lily was just now coming down the stairs, then who or what had I seen enter the office moments earlier? I jumped up so fast I knocked my chair over. I rushed to the office, my heart pounding. Lily was there, alone, carefully arranging her Lego buildings on the desk by the window. She looked up at me with that innocent smile of hers. "Daddy, look what I made," she said, completely oblivious to my panic. I tried to keep my voice steady. "Lily, did you just come down the stairs?" She nodded, pointing to her Lego creations. "I wanted to show you these." "Did you come down earlier, like a minute ago?" She gave me that confused look kids have when adults ask weird questions. "No, I was upstairs building. This is the first time I came down." I walked around the office, checking behind the desk, opening the closet door. Nothing. There was nowhere for anyone, or anything, to hide in that small room, just Lily and her Legos. "What's wrong, Daddy? You look scared," she said, and her observation only made my heart race faster. "Nothing, honey. I just thought I saw. Never mind." I tried to brush it off, told myself I must have imagined it. Maybe I was tired, maybe it was just a trick of the light. But I knew what I'd seen. Something that looked exactly like my daughter, down to the purple shirt she was wearing, had walked into that office moments before the real Lily came downstairs. The rest of that day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept Lily close to me, suggested we play board games downstairs instead of her going back up to her Legos. I checked all the doors and windows twice, even though it was the middle of the day. What I'd seen wasn't an intruder. No stranger could look so exactly like my daughter. This was something else. That night, after I put Lily to bed, I sat in the living room with all the lights on, unable to relax. The incident had triggered memories I'd worked hard to suppress. When Lily was about 3, she went through this phase that had seriously creeped me out. She would stand in her room, wave at her empty closet and say, "Bye-bye," like she was seeing someone there. Kids and their imaginary friends, right? That's what I told myself. But this wasn't the first time I'd experienced things that couldn't be explained. As a kid, I lived in an old farmhouse in rural Vermont. From ages 7 to 11, I regularly saw what I can only describe as shadow people. Dark, human-shaped figures that moved through the house at night. My parents dismissed it as nightmares or an overactive imagination, but I know what I saw. Those entities tormented me for years until we moved away. I'd convinced myself that part of my life was over. When my ex-wife and I split up, one of my biggest concerns was finding a normal house for Lily and me. I researched the neighborhood, the house history, everything. I was determined my daughter wouldn't grow up experiencing the terror I had. Yet here I was, faced with the possibility that whatever had followed me in childhood had somehow found us, or worse, that something was specifically mimicking my daughter. The following morning I woke up exhausted after barely sleeping. Lily seemed fine, completely unaffected. Kids are resilient like that, or maybe she truly hadn't noticed anything unusual. I spent the day watching her like a hawk, jumping at every noise in the house. Around lunchtime, she said something that made my skin crawl. "Daddy, who was that girl yesterday?" she asked casually while eating her sandwich. "What girl, honey?" I tried to keep my voice calm. "The girl who looks like me. I saw her when I was coming downstairs with my Legos." I put down my coffee, trying not to show how terrified I was. "Where did you see her?" "She was going into the office before me. I thought maybe she was my friend coming to play." I didn't know what to say. Lily had seen it too. This wasn't my imagination. Something that looked exactly like my daughter had been in our house, and both of us had seen it. "Did you ever see her before yesterday?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Lily shrugged. "Sometimes. She likes to watch me play. She doesn't talk, though." The matter-of-fact way she said it was perhaps the most disturbing part. Like this was completely normal to her. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. I kept thinking about what Lily had said. She likes to watch me play. How long had this been going on? Was this connected to her waving goodbye to her empty closet years ago? I started researching doppelgangers, mimics, and other paranormal phenomena online. Some cultures believe seeing your double is an omen of death. Others suggest these entities feed on fear or confusion. None of the explanations were comforting. The following week was tense. I took time off work to stay home. I installed security cameras in the hallway, the stairs, and Lily's room, telling her they were to keep us safe from bad guys. I even convinced myself I should take her to a child psychologist, wondering if she was having some kind of dissociative episodes I was somehow witnessing, a more rational explanation than the supernatural one taking root in my mind. But the cameras showed nothing unusual, and Lily seemed perfectly normal at her appointment. The psychologist said she was a well-adjusted child coping remarkably well with the divorce. No signs of any psychological issues that could explain what we were experiencing. Then it happened again. 10 days after the first incident, Lily was in the bathroom brushing her teeth. I was in the kitchen, and I clearly heard her call me from upstairs. "Daddy, can you help me?" I headed toward the stairs, but before I reached them, Lily walked out of the bathroom right in front of me. "All done," she announced, showing me her clean teeth. My blood ran cold. "Lily, did you just call me from upstairs?" She looked confused. "No, I was in the bathroom the whole time." I ran upstairs, checked every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. But I know what I heard. My daughter's voice, clear as day, calling for me from a place she couldn't possibly have been. That night I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom, light, child-sized footsteps. I got up to check on Lily and found her sound asleep in her bed. As I stood in her doorway watching her, I saw something move in my peripheral vision. Just a quick shadow passing by the bathroom door across the hall. When I turned to look, nothing was there. I've started sleeping in Lily's room now, on a mattress on the floor beside her bed. I tell her it's because I get lonely, but really, I'm terrified of what might happen if I'm not there. Sometimes at night I wake up to find her sitting up, staring at the closet or the corner of the room, like she's watching something I can't see. Last week I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard Lily laughing upstairs in her room. I called up to ask what was funny, and she yelled back, "Nothing, Daddy!" A minute later, she walked in the kitchen door from the backyard, muddy from playing in the garden. She had been outside the whole time. I don't know what to do. I've considered moving, but what if whatever this is follows us? I've thought about reaching out to paranormal investigators, but I'm afraid they'll either think I'm crazy or make things worse by acknowledging whatever entity is here. All I know is that something is in our house, something that can look and sound exactly like my daughter. I don't know what it wants or why it's here. Is it the same shadow people from my childhood? Has my past somehow followed me to haunt my daughter? The worst part is Lily doesn't seem afraid. She accepts this other her as normal, even friendly. And that terrifies me more than anything. What if one day I can't tell which one is my real daughter? I'm writing this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I need to know I'm not losing my mind, and most importantly, I need to know how to protect my daughter from whatever this is before it's too late. Story 8. I've never told this story outside of my closest friends, but I need to get this off my chest. I still don't have an explanation for what happened that afternoon last summer in Pine Haven, and I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar. I moved to Pine Haven about 2 years ago. It's this tiny mountain town that most people have never heard of, basically the middle of nowhere. The nearest real grocery store is 45 minutes away, but the scenery is breathtaking and the rent is cheap, which is what I needed after my breakup. That day started like any other. I was working from home, had just finished lunch around 1 in the afternoon, and decided to take a quick nap. I've always been able to function on little sleep, but that week had been particularly rough. I was exhausted but couldn't seem to fall asleep the night before, so I figured a power nap would help me get through the rest of my workday. I laid down on my bed without even getting under the covers. I remember staring at the ceiling, watching the shadows from the tree outside my window dance across it. My eyes were heavy, but my mind was still racing with thoughts about work deadlines. I was in that weird in-between state, not quite asleep, but definitely not fully awake either. Then it happened. The sensations started like a vibration throughout my entire body. It's hard to describe, but imagine feeling like every cell in your body is humming. I've experienced this before when I've accidentally astral projected during meditation, so I recognized what was happening. But this time was different. I hadn't been trying to project. I wasn't even fully asleep yet. Suddenly, I felt myself rise up from my body. It wasn't violent or scary at first, more like floating up gently, like a balloon released into the air. I looked down and could see myself lying there on the bed, eyes closed, chest rising and falling with each breath. My body looked peaceful, which was a stark contrast to the confusion I was feeling. Before I could even process what was happening, I was yanked away, not up toward the ceiling like you'd expect, but sideways through my bedroom wall. Everything blurred around me as I was pulled along at incredible speed. It felt like being on a roller coaster without the track or car, just pure motion through space. When things finally came into focus, I was hovering above a road I didn't recognize. It was nighttime, which made no sense since it had been early afternoon when I laid down. The road cut through dense forest, winding into the distance. There were no streetlights, just moonlight casting everything in a pale blue glow. I could see every detail with perfect clarity. The cracks in the asphalt, the pine needles scattered along the shoulder, even a discarded soda can glinting in the moonlight. I was moving fast, maybe 50 or 60 miles per hour, floating about 10 feet above the pavement. The strange thing was, I didn't feel cold despite the night air, and I couldn't feel the wind that should have been whipping past me at that speed. I just felt present. Realizing I was in a full astral projection, I did what I'd read about in books. I asked for control, not out loud since I didn't have a physical voice, but with my consciousness. I want to slow down. I want to touch the ground. To my surprise, it worked. My forward momentum gradually decreased until I came to a complete stop, hovering above the road. Then I gently descended until my feet, or what felt like my feet in this state, touched the pavement. I could feel the texture of the road beneath me, which was weird because I shouldn't have been able to feel physical sensations while projecting. I looked around, trying to figure out where I was. The forest on either side of the road was dense pine, similar to the woods around Pine Haven, but I didn't recognize this specific road. There were no signs, no landmarks I could identify, just endless road stretching in both directions. I decided to walk, not because I had a destination in mind, but because it felt important to explore while I had the chance. I'd never had such a vivid, controlled astral projection before. Usually, they were brief, hazy experiences where I'd float around my room for a minute before snapping back into my body. I'd only walked maybe 100 yards when it happened. Without warning, I was yanked backward at incredible speed. The same sensation as before, but in reverse. The forest road disappeared in a blur, and suddenly I was back in my bedroom. But something was wrong. I wasn't fully back in my body. I was in this weird in-between state. I could see my room, but I couldn't move. At first, I thought it was sleep paralysis, which I've experienced before, but this was different. With sleep paralysis, there's this crushing weight on your chest, this feeling of absolute terror. I didn't feel that. I just felt disconnected. Like I was looking through a window at my room rather than actually being in it. That's when I noticed him. Standing beside my bed was a man. He was tall, completely bald, with pale white skin that looked almost too smooth, too perfect. He was wearing blue scrubs, like a nurse or doctor might wear, but with no logo or identification, just plain blue scrubs. His face wasn't threatening or monstrous like the entities people describe during sleep paralysis. He looked completely normal, almost bureaucratic, with a neutral expression as he stared down at my physical body. I wasn't scared at first, just confused. Then it hit me. There was a stranger in my bedroom watching me sleep. Panic surged through me. "What the fuck?" I shouted, or at least I tried to shout. To my surprise, sound actually came out. That's not supposed to happen during sleep paralysis. You're supposed to be completely paralyzed, unable to speak. The man's reaction was what really disturbed me. He looked startled, genuinely shocked that I had spoken to him. His eyes widened, and he took a small step back. It was like he hadn't expected me to be aware of his presence, like he thought he was invisible. I realized I could move. I sat up in bed, again, something that should be impossible during sleep paralysis. I could feel my heart pounding as adrenaline coursed through me. "Get out!" I yelled at him. "You're not welcome here. Leave now!" The man raised his hands in a surrendering gesture. He didn't speak, didn't make any noise at all. He started backing toward my bedroom door, his eyes never leaving mine. Then he did something that still haunts me. He bowed. Not a full bow, but a small, respectful nod of his head. As he did this, I noticed something impossible. The space where the top half of his body moved from appeared black, like a shadow or void. It wasn't like he was partially transparent, more like the upper half of his body existed in a different space that overlapped with my reality. It's so hard to describe, but it was as if he was partially stepping through a doorway that I couldn't see. He backed out of my room, and I heard my apartment door open and close. I sat there frozen for what felt like minutes, trying to process what had just happened. Was this still part of the astral projection? Was I dreaming? It felt too real, too vivid to be a dream. I decided to test it. I consciously willed myself to rise from my body again, and to my shock, it worked. I floated up and could once again see my physical form lying on the bed below me. But this time I was in complete control. I floated around my room, looking at everything from this new perspective. The pile of laundry in the corner I'd been meaning to fold, the half-empty coffee mug on my nightstand, the open laptop on my desk with the spreadsheet I'd been working on. Then the panic hit me. That familiar fear that comes during astral projection. The worry that if I don't return to my body soon, I might die or get lost. I focused on my physical form and willed myself to return. Unlike previous experiences where I'd struggled to reintegrate, this time it was easy. I simply floated down and merged back with my body. I felt a slight jolt like static electricity, and then I was whole again. I sat up immediately, fully awake and alert. I checked my phone. Only 30 minutes had passed since I'd laid down for my nap. It was still daytime, sunlight still streaming through my window. I ran to my apartment door and checked the locks, all secured from the inside, exactly as I'd left them. There was no way someone could have entered and then locked the door behind them when they left. I searched my entire apartment, looking for any sign of an intruder, but found nothing out of place. No footprints, no open windows, nothing. It's been months now, and I still don't know what to make of the experience. It was different from my previous astral projections in significant ways. I had more control, the experience was more vivid, and I had no difficulty returning to my body. But who was that man in the scrubs? Why did he seem so surprised that I could see him? What was that strange, shadowy effect I saw? I've researched astral projection extensively since then, and found nothing that explains what I experienced. Some people have suggested he might have been some kind of guide or guardian, but why would a spiritual guide look like a doctor and act so startled? Others have suggested something more sinister, that he was some entity that watches us when we're vulnerable, when our souls are separated from our bodies. The thing that disturbs me most is how normal he looked. Not like a monster or demon, just a regular person doing a job, like checking on a patient or a specimen. I haven't tried to astral project since that day. I'm too afraid of what, or who, I might encounter. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I feel that familiar vibration starting, and I fight against it with everything I have, because what if he's still out there waiting? What if next time he doesn't leave when I tell him to? Story 9. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night 3 weeks ago. I've always considered myself a rational person, but what I experienced on that country road outside Edgewater has me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. It was a Friday night, and I'd spent the evening alone by Miller's Creek, about 4 miles outside town. Nothing unusual about that. I often go there when I need to clear my head. My job at the local hardware store had been particularly stressful that week, and I just needed some time away from everything and everyone. The spot by the creek has this perfect little clearing where you can build a small fire and just sit watching the flames while listening to the water. It's peaceful. I lost track of time, as I usually do out there. When I finally checked my phone, it was already 11:30. The fire had burned down to embers, and I realized I needed to start heading back. I didn't bring my car that night. The walk is long but pleasant, and I figured the exercise would do me good. The night was unusually dark. The moon was just a sliver, partially covered by clouds, and there's no street lighting on Old Mill Road. I always bring a flashlight, but the batteries were almost dead, giving off just enough light to see a few feet ahead. The road is mostly gravel once you get past the Wilson farm, and it winds through a patch of dense woods before connecting to the main highway that leads back to town. I'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes, just past the abandoned Johnson property when I first heard them, footsteps, coming from behind me. At first I thought I was imagining things. I stopped walking and the sound stopped too. When I started again, after a few seconds, I heard them resume, crunch, crunch, crunch on the gravel. Someone was definitely walking behind me. I'm not usually the jumpy type, but something about those footsteps immediately set me on edge. They weren't hurried or aggressive, just a steady walking pace, but they seemed to be gradually getting closer. I picked up my speed slightly, and the footsteps behind me matched my pace. I considered turning around to see who it was, but something stopped me. The darkness was so complete at that point that I wouldn't have been able to see much anyway, and something in my gut told me not to draw attention to myself. Instead, I did something that probably sounds strange. I quietly stepped off the road and lay down in the tall grass by the side. My heart was pounding as I lay there, completely still. The footsteps continued approaching, maintaining that same steady rhythm. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They were getting louder, which meant whoever it was getting closer to where I was hiding. As the footsteps drew level with my position, I held my breath. I strained my eyes, trying to make out a figure on the road, but the darkness was too thick. I could hear them perfectly. They were literally just a few feet away from me, but I couldn't see anyone. Not a shadow, not an outline, nothing. The footsteps passed by my position and continued down the road toward town. I stayed frozen for another minute, trying to process what was happening. Who would be walking alone on this remote road at midnight? There are no houses for at least a mile in either direction from where I was. After the footsteps had moved a good distance away, I slowly got up. I was shaking slightly, though I wasn't sure why. Nothing actually threatening had happened, but something felt deeply wrong. I brushed the dirt off my clothes and stepped back onto the road. I could still hear the footsteps ahead of me, moving away. After a moment's hesitation, I started walking again. I was heading back to town anyway, and now there was someone between me and my destination. I found myself following the sound, maintaining what felt like a safe distance. This continued for about 5 minutes. The night was completely silent, except for those footsteps and my own. No cars passed by, no animals made sounds in the woods, just the steady crunch, crunch, crunch of gravel under feet. And then, in an instant, the footsteps stopped. I froze too, waiting. Had they heard me? Were they waiting for me to catch up? I stood completely still, listening. Nothing. The silence was absolute. After a minute or so, I cautiously continued walking. I kept my pace slow, straining to hear any sound ahead of me, but there was nothing. The footsteps had simply vanished. I told myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe they'd turned off onto a side path I couldn't see in the darkness. Maybe they'd stopped to rest and were standing still. But as I continued walking, those explanations felt increasingly hollow. I passed the Wilson farm, where the road straightens out for about half a mile. On a clearer night, you can see quite far down this stretch. Even in the darkness, I should have been able to make out someone walking ahead of me, especially since they couldn't have gotten that far ahead. But the road was empty. Something made me turn around and look back the way I'd come. I don't know what I expected to see, but I stood there for several minutes, watching and listening. Nothing emerged from the darkness. No footsteps resumed. It was as if whoever had been walking had simply ceased to exist. I hurried the rest of the way home. The rational part of my brain kept trying to come up with explanations, but none of them quite fit. If someone had stepped off the road into the woods, I would have heard them moving through the underbrush. If they had stopped to hide, they would have had to start moving again eventually, and I would have heard them. The footsteps hadn't faded away gradually. They had stopped abruptly, as if cut off, mid-step. When I got home, I was still so unsettled that I double-checked all my locks before going to bed. I barely slept that night, replaying the experience over and over, trying to make sense of it. The next morning, in the light of day, I tried to convince myself that I had overreacted. Maybe I'd been more tired than I realized. Maybe my mind had played tricks on me, but deep down, I knew what I had heard was real. I found myself thinking about local legends I'd heard growing up in Edgewater. There's an old story about a mailman who disappeared on his route in the 1950s, somewhere on the outskirts of town. They never found him, and some of the older folks claim his ghost still walks his route on certain nights. I'd always dismissed those stories as small-town folklore, but now I wasn't so sure. A few days later, I mentioned the experience to my friend Mark, who's lived in Edgewater his whole life. I expected him to laugh it off, but instead, he got very quiet. Then he told me that his uncle had experienced something similar on that same stretch of road back in the 1990s. He'd been driving home late one night when he saw someone walking along the side of the road. He slowed down, thinking they might need a ride, but as his headlights illuminated the spot where the person should have been, there was no one there. The figure had vanished. I've walked that road many times since moving to Edgewater 5 years ago, in all seasons and all weather. Nothing unusual had ever happened before, but since that night, I've avoided taking that route after dark. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I find myself listening for footsteps that appear from nowhere and disappear just as mysteriously. What bothers me most isn't just that the footsteps stopped so suddenly. It's that in that moment before they vanished, I had the distinct feeling that whatever was making those sounds became aware of me. Not just aware that someone was following them, but aware of me specifically, as if it had sensed my presence in some way that went beyond normal human perception. I've tried researching similar experiences online, and while I've found accounts of people hearing phantom footsteps, none of them quite match what happened to me. In most stories, people hear footsteps in their homes or in abandoned buildings, places where sounds might echo or be explained by settling foundations. But what I heard was outside on a gravel road where there's no ambiguity about the sound of footsteps. 3 weeks have passed and I still don't have an explanation. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was nothing, just my imagination or some animal in the woods. But then I remember the perfect rhythm of those footsteps, too steady and deliberate to be anything but human, or at least something that wanted to sound human. I haven't gone back to my spot by Miller's Creek since then. I miss the peacefulness of it, but not enough to walk that road at night again. Whatever was walking there that night, I don't think it was something I was meant to encounter, and I can't shake the feeling that if I go back, it might be waiting for me. Story 10. I never believed in the paranormal before our trip to Europe last summer. My family and I had been planning it for years. My parents, my younger brother Jake, who was 15 at the time, and me. I was 19 and had just finished my first year of college. It was supposed to be this amazing adventure through 5 countries, but things took an unexpected turn in Brussels when my dad's backpack was stolen with all our passports inside. The whole ordeal was a nightmare. We spent 2 days at the American Embassy getting emergency travel documents, which completely threw off our itinerary. We had to cancel our reservations in Amsterdam and make last-minute arrangements to stay in Cologne, Germany, while we sorted everything out. My mom found this apartment rental online that looked decent and was available immediately, so we booked it without much research. When we arrived in Cologne, I was actually impressed by the place. It was in this old building with amazing views of the cathedral and all these historic rooftops. The apartment had 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and a living area. Nothing fancy, but it seemed clean and comfortable enough. The owner, an older German woman named Helga, showed us around quickly before handing over the keys and leaving us to settle in. The problems started when we were figuring out the sleeping arrangements. My parents took the master bedroom, which left Jake and me to share the second room. As soon as I walked in, something felt off about it. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just this weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. Then I realized what was bothering me. The room had too many doors. There was the main door to the hallway, another door that led directly to the kitchen, and 2 closet doors. 4 doors in total, all facing the bed that Jake and I were supposed to share. I know it sounds stupid, but something about all those doors made me incredibly uncomfortable. I've always been a bit weird about sleeping arrangements. I hate having doors open at night, and I especially hate sleeping in a room with multiple entry points. I asked my parents if we could switch rooms, but they'd already unpacked, and my dad was in a terrible mood after the passport situation. He basically told me to suck it up. We'd been traveling for almost 12 hours that day between the embassy visit, the train ride, and finding the apartment. I was completely exhausted, so I figured my fatigue would override my anxiety about the room. Jake and I got ready for bed around 10 o'clock. He fell asleep almost immediately, but I laid there for what felt like forever, staring at those doors in the dim light coming through the thin curtains. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I remember having some normal, forgettable dreams at first. Nothing unusual. But then something changed. I had this sensation of waking up, but it wasn't like normal waking up. It's hard to explain, but it felt like I was emerging from one dream into another one, a dream that was an exact replica of our room in Cologne. In this dream within a dream, I was lying in the exact same position I'd fallen asleep in. The room looked identical. Same furniture, same layout, same moonlight filtering through the window. But something was different. The air felt heavier, colder, and there was this sense of pressure, like when a thunderstorm is about to break. I realized Jake was awake too, sitting up beside me. His face was pale in the dim light and he looked terrified. We were both staring toward the darkest corner of the room, the part furthest from the windows, where 2 of the closet doors were. "What is that?" Jake whispered. "Get out your flashlight." I couldn't see anything specific in the darkness, but I knew exactly what he meant. There was something there, a presence or a shadow or something that shouldn't exist. I could feel it watching us, this concentration of darkness that seemed deeper than the natural shadows in the room. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand. I couldn't take my eyes off that corner. The darkness there seemed to shift and pulsate slightly, like it was breathing. I finally grabbed my phone and tried to turn on the flashlight, but my fingers felt numb and clumsy. And then it moved. Whatever was in that corner suddenly rushed toward our bed. It wasn't a gradual movement. It was there 1 second, and then directly beside us the next, like it had teleported. I couldn't make out a shape or form, just this overwhelming sense of a presence right next to me, cold and ancient and terrifying. Jake and I screamed at the exact same moment. The sound of our combined voices seemed to shatter something, and I jerked awake, really awake this time. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst out of my chest. I was drenched in sweat, despite the room not being hot at all. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:37 in the morning. Jake was still sound asleep beside me, completely undisturbed. I sat up and looked around frantically. The room appeared normal. No shadows, no presence, nothing out of the ordinary. But I still couldn't shake this overwhelming feeling of dread. My entire body was trembling, and I couldn't catch my breath properly. I reached over and turned on the bedside lamp, half expecting it not to work. The soft yellow light filled the room, making the shadows retreat to the corners. I checked all the doors. They were closed, just as I'd left them before going to bed. I even got up and opened the closets, finding nothing but empty hangers and a few spare blankets. But something still felt wrong. The air in the room seemed different somehow, colder and thicker than it should be. I kept getting these shivers down my spine, like someone was standing right behind me, but when I'd turn around, there was nothing there. I was too scared to go back to sleep, so I turned on every light in the room and sat up in bed with my back against the headboard. I tried scrolling through social media on my phone to distract myself, but I couldn't focus on anything. My eyes kept darting to those dark corners and doors. Around 3:15, I heard a strange creaking sound coming from one of the closets. It was just a normal old building noise, probably, but it sent me into a full panic. I seriously considered waking up my parents, but I knew my dad would just tell me I was being ridiculous. So instead, I woke up Jake. "What?" he mumbled, clearly annoyed at being disturbed. "Did you have a nightmare?" I asked him. "About something in the room?" He looked at me like I was crazy. "No, I was sleeping fine until you woke me up." "You didn't see anything in the corner? You didn't ask me to get my flashlight?" "What are you talking about? I've been asleep the whole time." He rolled over and pulled the covers over his head. "Turn off the lights. I'm trying to sleep." I didn't turn off the lights. I stayed awake for another 2 hours, just sitting there watching those doors and corners. Nothing happened. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I must have fallen asleep again because the next thing I knew, it was morning, and sunlight was streaming through the windows. At breakfast, I tried to mention something about the room feeling strange, but my parents were preoccupied with getting our travel plans back on track. Jake didn't remember anything unusual, and in the bright light of day, even I was starting to question what had happened. Had it just been a really vivid nightmare? Was I so stressed about the passport situation that my mind created this terrifying experience? We ended up staying in that apartment for 3 more nights while waiting for our replacement passports. I dreaded going to bed each night, but nothing like that first night ever happened again. I kept all the lights on until Jake fell asleep, then would leave the small bathroom light on with the door cracked for the rest of the night. I barely slept, constantly jerking awake at every little sound. On our last day, as we were packing up to leave, I noticed the elderly woman who lived in the apartment below us in the hallway. She smiled at me, then asked in broken English how we had slept during our stay. Before I could answer, she added, "The room with many doors, it is quiet for you?" My blood ran cold. How did she know which room I'd slept in? I stammered something about sleeping fine, and she nodded, still smiling. Good, good. Not everyone sleeps well there. Some say they see things in dreams. She tapped her temple. The building is very old. Walls, remember. I wanted to ask her more questions, but my dad called me to help with the luggage, and when I looked back, the woman had disappeared into her apartment. It's been almost a year now, and I still think about that night in Cologne. I've tried researching the building online, looking for any history of hauntings or strange occurrences, but I couldn't find anything specific. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just a nightmare brought on by stress and exhaustion, but then I remember how real it felt, how Jake and I both saw the same thing in what I thought was my dream, how we both screamed at the exact same moment when that thing rushed toward us. And I wonder if whatever was in that room somehow entered my dreams, or if what I experienced wasn't a dream at all, but something else entirely, something I still can't explain. I've never had an experience like that before or since, but one thing's for certain, I'll never again sleep in a room with more than one door if I can help it. Story 11. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. Even after all these years, I get chills just thinking about it. I was 12 when it happened, living in Stavanger, Norway with my parents and younger brother. Our house was semi-detached, connected to our neighbor's home, the Andersons. Mr. Anderson was English and his wife was Norwegian. They had 2 kids, a 3-year-old girl named Astrid and a 6-month-old boy named Eric. They were nice people, and since our houses were connected, we became pretty close. My mom would often watch their kids when they went out, and as I got older, I started helping too. That night in October, the Andersons asked if I could babysit while they went to a party just down the street. My parents were fine with it since I'd been helping with the kids for a while, and the Andersons would only be a few houses away if anything happened. Plus, both kids would be asleep most of the time, so it was an easy 50 kroner for basically just sitting around watching TV. The evening started normally. Mrs. Anderson fed both kids before they left, and Mr. Anderson showed me where everything was, though I already knew since I'd been there dozens of times. The baby's room was downstairs, and Astrid's bedroom was right next to it. The living room was upstairs, along with the kitchen and the parents' bedroom. "We'll be back around 1 or 2 in the morning," Mrs. Anderson said. "The kids should sleep through the night, but if Eric wakes up, there's a bottle in the fridge you can warm up." I nodded, feeling pretty grown up about the whole thing. It wasn't my first time babysitting, but it was my first time doing it alone for the whole night. "Call us if you need anything," Mr. Anderson added, handing me a piece of paper with the address and phone number of the house where the party was. After they left, I checked on both kids. Astrid was already asleep, clutching her favorite stuffed reindeer. Eric was sleeping peacefully in his crib. I left both doors slightly open so I could hear if either of them cried, then went upstairs to watch TV. I found some American movie playing with Norwegian subtitles and settled in on their comfy couch. The house was quiet, except for the TV, and occasionally I'd hear the wind outside. October in Stavanger can be pretty windy, and that night was no exception. Everything was fine until around midnight. I remember checking my watch because the movie was almost over, and I was wondering if I should start another one or just flip through channels. That's when I heard it, the sound of a key turning in the front door lock downstairs. I wasn't scared at first, I just figured the Andersons had come home early. I heard the door open, followed by the sound of people talking in hushed voices. I recognized Mr. Anderson's accent and Mrs. Anderson's laugh. Then I heard the distinct sound of jackets being hung up and shoes being taken off, the typical noises people make when they come home. I got up and headed toward the stairs to greet them. "Hello? Did you guys come back early?" I called out. The talking suddenly stopped. Complete silence. I thought maybe they hadn't heard me, so I went downstairs. The hallway was empty. No jackets, no shoes, no sign of the Andersons. The front door was locked. I even checked the deadbolt to be sure. I looked in the kitchen thinking maybe they'd gone in there, but it was empty too. My heart started beating faster. I was certain I'd heard them come in. It wasn't just vague noises. I'd clearly heard their voices, the door unlocking, everything. I checked both kids' rooms. Astrid and Eric were still fast asleep, undisturbed. I stood in the hallway trying to make sense of what had just happened. Maybe the wind was playing tricks on me. Maybe the sounds had come from outside or from the neighbors on the other side. But I knew what I'd heard. It was inside the house, and it was definitely the sound of people coming home. Feeling uneasy, I went back upstairs to the living room. That's when I noticed the TV was off. I knew I hadn't turned it off. I'd just left it playing when I went downstairs. My hands were shaking a little as I pressed the power button on the remote. The screen flickered to life, but instead of the movie, there was only static, that black and white fuzz and the harsh shh sound. I tried changing channels, but every single one showed the same static. I even got up and checked the connections at the back of the TV, but everything seemed fine. As I was fiddling with the TV, I heard the talking start again downstairs. The same voices, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson's voices, having a conversation I couldn't quite make out. My whole body went cold. I stood there frozen, unsure what to do. Then Eric started crying, but it wasn't his normal cry. It was a scream, so loud and so intense that it didn't sound like it could come from a 6-month-old baby. It didn't even sound human. It was high-pitched and desperate, like nothing I'd ever heard before. I ran downstairs, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, the talking stopped again, but Eric was still screaming. I rushed to his room, but to my horror, the door was closed completely. I distinctly remembered leaving it open. For a moment, I just stood there, paralyzed with fear. The screaming continued behind the door, getting more frantic and unnatural. I knew I had to check on him, but every instinct was telling me not to open that door. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed the doorknob. It felt ice cold against my palm. I pushed the door open, bracing myself for I don't know what. Eric was in his crib, screaming and flailing his tiny arms. I rushed over and picked him up, holding him close. His body was freezing cold, even though he was wearing a warm sleeper and had a blanket. I rubbed his back, trying to warm him up and calm him down. The moment I picked him up, the screaming stopped, and he just whimpered against my shoulder. I looked around the room, half expecting to see something or someone, but it was empty. I decided I needed to get Astrid too. Still holding Eric, I went to her room. She was somehow still asleep despite all the noise. I gently woke her up. "Astrid, we need to go upstairs for a bit, okay?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She was groggy and confused but didn't protest when I took her hand and led her upstairs. Once we were in the living room, I sat on the couch with Eric in my arms and Astrid leaning against me, half asleep. The TV was still showing static, so I turned it off completely. We sat there in silence, and I strained my ears for any other sounds in the house. There was nothing, no talking, no footsteps, just the wind outside. I don't know how long we sat there, but eventually Astrid fell asleep again on the couch, and Eric dozed off in my arms. I was too terrified to move, too afraid to go back downstairs. Every creak of the house made me jump. My eyes kept darting to the staircase, expecting to see someone or something coming up. It was almost 4 in the morning when I heard the sound of a key in the lock again. This time, I didn't move. I just held Eric tighter and put my other arm around Astrid. Then I heard Mr. Anderson's voice call out, "Sophia, we're home." I couldn't find my voice to answer. A minute later, footsteps came up the stairs, and Mrs. Anderson appeared in the doorway of the living room. She looked surprised to see us all there. "Sophia, is everything okay? Why are the kids up here?" I opened my mouth, but no words came out at first. Then everything just spilled out. The voices, the TV turning off, Eric's unnatural screaming, the closed door. As I spoke, Mrs. Anderson's face grew pale. She exchanged a look with her husband, who had come up behind her. "You heard voices?" Mr. Anderson asked slowly. I nodded. "Your voices. I thought you came home around midnight." They looked at each other again, and something passed between them that I didn't understand at the time. "This isn't the first time," Mrs. Anderson finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We've heard voices too, at night when we're trying to sleep. Like people talking downstairs," Mr. Anderson added. "We thought maybe it was the TV left on, or maybe sounds carrying from next door. But we've checked, and there's never anyone there," Mrs. Anderson finished. We all sat in silence for a moment. Eric stirred in my arms, and Mrs. Anderson took him gently. "He's so cold," she murmured, wrapping her cardigan around him. "I should get home," I said, suddenly wanting nothing more than to be in my own house, in my own bed. Mr. Anderson nodded. "I'll walk you next door, and Sophia, thank you for taking care of the kids." I didn't babysit again for almost a month after that, but weirdly, I did go back eventually. Maybe it was because I lived right next door and couldn't just avoid them forever. Maybe it was because, despite what happened, I loved those kids. Or maybe it was because nothing that terrifying ever happened again, at least not when I was there. The Andersons never brought it up again, and neither did I. But sometimes, when I was there in the evening, I'd catch Mrs. Anderson listening intently, as if she'd heard something the rest of us hadn't, and Mr. Anderson started coming home earlier from work. I slept with my lights on for weeks afterward. To this day, I can't explain what happened that night. I know what I heard and what I experienced. The memory of Eric's inhuman screaming still makes my skin crawl. Sometimes I wonder if the Andersons still live in that house, and if whoever lives there now hears voices in the night, voices that sound just like them, coming home when they're not. Story 12. I still remember that night like it was yesterday, even though it happened almost 20 years ago now. I was 18 at the time, a senior in high school living in the outskirts of Oxford, Ohio. My brother Ryan was 20 and still living at home while attending community college. We were both into all that paranormal stuff back then. We'd watch those ghost hunting shows religiously and then try to recreate our own investigations on weekends. Our mom's old Dodge Caravan was our ghost hunting vehicle. We called it the Gray Ghost, partly because of its color and partly because it was so damn unreliable that it seemed to have a mind of its own. That thing had over 200,000 miles on it, but Mom let us use it as long as we filled up the tank. Most weekends, Ryan and I would pick up our friends Mike, Josh, and sometimes Tanner, and we'd drive around to all the supposedly haunted places in Butler County. We never really found much. Maybe a weird noise here and there, but nothing we couldn't explain away. Abandoned houses, old cemeteries, the usual stuff. We were just bored teenagers looking for some excitement in our small town. But that night on Oxford-Milford Road was different. I'm 38 now, and I've traveled a lot, seen some weird things, but nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever compared to what happened that night. It was late October, probably around the 24th or 25th. The weather was getting cold, and the cornfields were mostly harvested, leaving those creepy dried-out stalks standing like skeletons on either side of the roads. We'd been hearing about this legend of the ghost motorcyclist for years, but we'd never actually tried to find him. The story was always the same. Back in the 60s, this guy was racing to his girlfriend's house to propose. He had the ring in his pocket and everything, but he was going too fast on his motorcycle and missed a sharp curve on Oxford-Milford Road. He hit a barbed wire fence and was decapitated. Super gruesome stuff. The legend said his ghost still rides that road trying to reach his girlfriend's house, and if you flash your headlights 3 times at the curve where he died, you might see his motorcycle light coming for you. That Friday night, the 5 of us piled into the Gray Ghost around 10 o'clock. Ryan was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Mike, Josh, and Tanner were in the back. We had some cheap voice recorders and a video camera that Josh got for his birthday. Nothing fancy. Oxford-Milford Road isn't that far from where we lived, maybe 15 minutes. But once you get out there, it feels like the middle of nowhere. It's this narrow 2-lane country road with no streetlights, just cornfields and woods on both sides, and this deep drainage ditch running alongside most of it. When we turned onto the road, Ryan immediately killed the radio. "Ghost hunting time," he said, trying to sound all serious. We were laughing and joking at first, but the farther we drove, the quieter we got. There's something about that road at night, it just feels off. No houses, no lights, just darkness and the occasional reflective eyes of animals in the ditches. We knew from the legend that there was supposed to be an old barn near the curve where the accident happened. When we spotted it, Ryan pulled over onto the gravel shoulder. "This has got to be it," he said, killing the engine. "The curve is just up ahead." We sat there for a minute, suddenly not so eager to get out. The barn was this decrepit wooden structure, probably 100 years old, with half the roof caved in. There was no moon that night, so all we could see was what our headlights illuminated. "We should check out the barn," Tanner said from the back seat. Mike laughed nervously. "Dude, that thing's about to collapse. No way." "Come on," I said, trying to act brave. "We came all this way. Let's at least walk up to the curve and flash the lights 3 times. So we all got out, each of us carrying a flashlight. The air was cold enough to see our breath, and it smelled like dead leaves and dirt. We walked maybe 100 yards up the road to where it curved sharply to the right. There was a rusty barbed wire fence running along the cornfield there, just like in the story. "This has to be it," Ryan said quietly. "Look at that fence. Josh was filming everything. You guys think this is where he got—" He made a slicing motion across his neck. "Shut up, man," Mike muttered. Ryan pulled out his flashlight and flashed it 3 times toward the curve. We waited. Nothing happened. "Maybe we need to use the van's headlights," I suggested. We walked back to the van, suddenly very aware of every little sound around us. The rustling corn stalks, something scurrying in the ditch, a distant owl. When we got back, Ryan started the engine and positioned the van facing the curve. He flashed the headlights 3 times, then turned them off completely. We sat in total darkness, the engine idling. 5 idiots waiting for a ghost. After about 5 minutes of nothing, Tanner sighed loudly. "This is stupid. Let's try somewhere else." "Wait," Ryan said. "Let's drive down past the curve and try it from the other direction." So we drove slowly around the curve and continued down Oxford-Milford Road for maybe another half-mile. The road was completely empty. We hadn't seen another car since we turned onto it. Ryan eventually pulled over again, this time in a spot where cornfields stretched out on both sides. He turned off the engine and the headlights. "One more try," he said, and flashed the lights 3 times. Then he shut everything off again, and we sat in the dark. The silence was heavy. No one was joking anymore. I remember my heart was beating faster, though I didn't really expect to see anything. We'd done this kind of thing dozens of times before with no results. I don't know how long we sat there, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, when Mike said, "What's that light?" At first I didn't see anything. Then I noticed it, a tiny orange dot way off in the cornfield to our right. It was so small and distant that I figured it was just a porch light from some farmhouse set way back from the road. "Probably just a house light," I said. "No houses out here," Ryan replied quietly. "Not for at least a mile." We all stared at the light. It seemed to be moving, but very slowly, like it was coming toward the road. I still wasn't scared at this point, just curious. I figured it was someone walking with a flashlight, maybe a farmer checking something in his field. "Should we go?" Tanner asked, his voice higher than usual. "Hold on," Ryan said. "Let's see what it is." The light continued to move toward us, getting slightly bigger and brighter. It was definitely coming across the cornfield, heading straight for the road where we were parked. That's when I first felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air, because something wasn't right about how that light was moving. It was too steady, too direct, and it was coming fast now. "Ryan," I said, "start the van." The light was about halfway across the field now, and we could see it was definitely a single round orange-yellow light, exactly like an old motorcycle headlight. But here's the thing that made my stomach drop. It was floating. There was no beam shining down on the ground, no sound of an engine or someone walking through corn stalks. Just this light bobbing slightly up and down as it moved. "Ryan," I said again, louder this time. "Start the van. Now." Ryan turned the key, but the gray ghost just made that horrible clicking sound. The battery had been weak for months, but of course it had to pick this moment to die completely. "Shit," Ryan hissed, trying again. Click, click, click. The light was getting closer, maybe 100 yards away now, and that's when we noticed something else. Between us and the cornfield was that deep drainage ditch, about 6 feet down and 8 feet across. Any real person or vehicle would have to go down into it and climb up the other side. But the light didn't dip down, it just continued straight toward us, as if the ditch wasn't even there. "Oh my God," Josh whispered. He had dropped his camera onto the floor of the van. Ryan was frantically trying to start the van. "Come on, come on, come on." The light was close enough now that we could clearly see it was a motorcycle headlight, that distinctive round shape with a slight yellowish tint like the older bikes used to have. It was bobbing naturally, exactly how a motorcycle headlight would move going over rough terrain. But there was no motorcycle beneath it, no sound, no rider. Just this headlight floating about 3 feet off the ground, moving at maybe 30 miles per hour, and it was heading straight for us. Everyone was yelling now. Mike was practically climbing into the front seat. "Go, go, go!" The headlight was maybe 50 yards away when Ryan tried the ignition one more time, and miraculously the engine roared to life. He slammed it into drive and floored it, the tires spinning on the gravel before catching. We took off down Oxford-Milford Road, and I twisted around in my seat to look out the back window. The headlight had reached the road and was now following us, moving faster than before. "It's coming after us," I shouted. Ryan pushed the old van as hard as it would go, probably 70 miles per hour on that narrow, curving road. The headlight stayed behind us, but it was gaining 60 yards, 50 yards. "Faster!" Josh was screaming, still looking back. "I can't go any faster," Ryan shouted back. The van was shaking violently at this speed, the engine making this horrible whining noise. We came to a 4-way stop and Ryan blew right through it without even slowing down. Just as we crossed the intersection, I saw another car sitting at the stop sign to our right, a dark sedan with a young guy in a white baseball cap behind the wheel. The look on his face as we shot past him, pure astonishment. He saw it too. I know he did. He was staring past our van at the headlight that was chasing us. The motorcycle light followed us through the intersection, now only about 30 yards behind. I could see it clearly in the side mirror. This perfect floating headlight with nothing attached to it, bobbing slightly as if it were mounted on a motorcycle, hitting the small bumps in the road. And then, as suddenly as it appeared, it started to fade. Not slow down, just fade away, like someone was turning down a dimmer switch. By the time we reached the next curve, it was gone completely. Ryan didn't slow down until we hit the main road back toward town. We were all breathing hard, nobody speaking. When we finally pulled into my driveway, we just sat there for a minute, the engine idling. "Did that really just happen?" Mike finally asked. Nobody answered him. What could we say? The next day, we tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of weird reflection. Maybe someone was playing a prank with a drone, though drones weren't really a thing back then. Maybe it was some kind of swamp gas or ball lightning, but we all knew what we saw. And that guy at the intersection, he saw it too. I'm 38 now. I've traveled all over the country. I've been in some pretty remote, creepy places. But I've never experienced anything like that night on Oxford-Milford Road. I don't go ghost hunting anymore. I don't need to, because I found what I was looking for, and honestly, I wish I hadn't. Sometimes I think about going back there, just to see if it was all somehow in our heads, but I never have. Some doors, once opened, are better left closed. Story 13. I've never told anyone outside my family about what happened that night at my grandmother's cabin when I was 10. Even now, 20 years later, I get this sick feeling in my stomach when I think about it. But I need to tell someone who might understand, because I just found out my grandmother passed away last week, and the property is being sold, and I'm worried about whoever buys it. My grandma lived completely off the grid in Blackwood Forest. I mean completely off the grid. No electricity, no running water, nothing. Just this little wooden cabin on a huge piece of land surrounded by dense forest. My parents would send me there for 2 weeks each summer, which was honestly a shock to my system as a kid used to video games and TV. But I loved my grandma, and there was something peaceful about being there despite the isolation. That particular summer was unusually hot. I remember the humidity was so thick you could almost see it hanging in the air. During the day, I'd help Grandma tend her garden, collect berries, or fish in the small creek that ran through her property. At night, we'd play card games by oil lamp light before going to bed early. No screens, no distractions, just us and the sounds of the forest. On my 5th night there, I woke up around midnight needing to pee really badly. The cabin was tiny, just a main room with a wood stove, a small kitchen area, and 2 beds, and of course no bathroom. The outhouse was about a football field's distance from the cabin, down a well-worn dirt path through a section of woods. I lay there for what felt like forever, trying to hold it, not wanting to wake Grandma. She was a light sleeper, and I knew she'd been extra tired that day after we spent hours picking blackberries in the heat. I finally decided I could make the trip myself. I'd done it before during daylight, and I had the flashlight Grandma always kept by the door. Looking back, I wish I'd just woken her up. I grabbed the flashlight, slipped on my shoes, and quietly opened the cabin door. The night was moonless and so dark I couldn't see my hand in front of my face without the flashlight. The beam seemed pathetically small against the massive darkness surrounding me. The air was still warm, but had that nighttime heaviness to it, and I could hear all the insects and frogs making their summer night sounds. I started down the path, sweeping the flashlight back and forth in front of me. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump, but I kept telling myself I was being silly, that I was 10 years old and perfectly capable of walking to the outhouse alone. I was about halfway there when I heard it, a distinct snap of a branch somewhere to my right, off the path. I froze instantly. My first thought was mountain lion. Grandma had warned me about them, told me they sometimes came onto her property at night. She'd shown me their tracks once near the creek. The thought of facing one alone in the dark made my heart pound so hard I could feel it in my ears. I pointed my flashlight toward the sound, my hand trembling so badly the beam bounced wildly among the trees. And that's when I saw it. It wasn't a mountain lion. I almost wish it had been. Standing between 2 large oak trees was what I can only describe as a man, but wrong, so wrong. His body was humanoid, wearing what looked like dirty, dark clothes, but his posture was all twisted up. He stood with his legs spread wide apart, shoulders hunched forward at an impossible angle, and his head, his head was tilted so far to the side it looked like his neck was broken. But the worst part was his face. Even from a distance of maybe 30 feet, I could clearly see his expression in the flashlight beam. His face was contorted into this horrible, stretched-out grin that went almost ear to ear. His eyes were wide open, bulging, and fixed directly on me. It was like his face had been frozen in the most terrifying expression imaginable. I couldn't move. I literally could not make my body respond. I just stood there, flashlight pointed at this thing as pure terror washed over me in waves, and then it moved. It raised one arm, moving in this jerky, unnatural way, and started beckoning to me with its hand. "Come here, come here." Its grin seemed to widen even more, which shouldn't have been physically possible, and its head tilted further to the side, like it was about to fall off completely. Something in me snapped. Suddenly I could move again, and I ran. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, back toward the cabin. I was sobbing and gasping for breath, and about halfway there, my foot caught on a root or rock, and I went sprawling onto the dirt path. The flashlight flew from my hand and rolled away, its beam pointing back toward the woods, illuminating nothing but empty path behind me. I scrambled to my feet without bothering to get the flashlight. I didn't care about seeing where I was going anymore. I just needed to get away. I ran blindly through the darkness, scraping my arms on branches, feeling the sting of tears and sweat in my eyes. I hit the cabin door with my whole body, fumbling desperately with the handle, finally getting it open and practically falling inside. I slammed it shut behind me and backed away, unable to even scream, just making these horrible whimpering sounds. Grandma sat up in bed immediately. "Emma." "What on earth?" I couldn't speak. I could only point frantically at the door, at the woods beyond. Grandma got up and came to me, putting her hands on my shoulders. "What happened? Are you hurt?" "Man," I finally choked out. "There's a man out there. His neck, his face." I dissolved into sobs again. What happened next is what truly haunts me to this day. Grandma's expression changed, not to fear or alarm, but to something like grim recognition. She walked to the window and looked out into the darkness. From where I stood, I could see a faint glow, my abandoned flashlight, still illuminating a small circle in the woods, and then I saw it again. The figure, now standing at the edge of the flashlight's beam, still beckoning with that horrible hand. I expected Grandma to scream, to run, to grab me and hide, but instead she straightened her back, set her jaw, and walked to the front door. "Grandma, no!" I cried, reaching for her. She shook off my hand gently. "Stay inside, Emma." And then, to my complete horror, she opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. I crept to the doorway, too terrified to follow her outside, but too worried to let her out of my sight. What I heard next will stay with me forever. "I told you to leave," Grandma called out, her voice strong and clear in the night air. "You're not welcome here. Scaring my granddaughter is my last straw. Leave before I make you leave." She spoke to it like she knew it, like she'd spoken to it before. I couldn't see the thing from where I stood, but I could still see the flashlight beam in the distance. After what seemed like forever, Grandma came back inside, locked the door, and guided me to her bed. "You can sleep with me tonight," she said quietly, stroking my hair as I continued to shake and cry. "What was that?" I finally managed to ask. "Grandma, what was that thing?" She was quiet for so long I thought she wouldn't answer. Then she sighed deeply. "That was Mr. Crawley," she said, in the same matter-of-fact tone she used when teaching me how to weed the garden or can vegetables. "He hanged himself from those trees back in the 70s before I even bought this place." I stared at her in disbelief. "He's a ghost?" "Something like that," she replied. "He chose to leave this world, but he can't seem to move on, so he's stuck here, not fully dead, not fully alive. He wanders the property sometimes, always beckoning, always trying to get people to follow him deeper into the woods." "Why?" I whispered. "I don't know for sure," she said. "Maybe he's lonely. Maybe he regrets what he did and wants company. Or maybe—" She trailed off, then shook her head. "It doesn't matter. He knows the rules. He's supposed to stay deep in the woods and leave us alone." I couldn't believe how calmly she was discussing this. Has he always been here?" "Yes," she nodded. "That's why I always tell you to be inside before dark. That's why I never let you go to the outhouse alone at night. He usually stays away from the cabin, but sometimes, especially on the darkest nights, he gets bold." I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept seeing his twisted face, that impossible grin, the unnatural tilt of his head, and his hand, beckoning, beckoning. The next morning, Grandma went to retrieve my flashlight. I refused to go with her, watching anxiously from the porch instead. When she returned, I asked her so many questions. Had other people seen him? Had anyone ever followed him? What did she mean by make him leave? But Grandma would only say, "Some things are better not discussed too much, Emma. Talking about him just gives him more power. He won't bother you again this visit. I've made sure of that." She was right. I didn't see the crooked man again that summer, or during any of my subsequent visits, but I never, ever went outside after dark at Grandma's again, and I always felt like I was being watched from just beyond the tree line. As I got older, I tried to convince myself it had been my imagination, or a nightmare, or some twisted forest dweller trying to scare us. But the look on Grandma's face that night, the way she spoke to it with such familiarity, I know what I saw. And now Grandma's gone, and some new family will move into that cabin with no idea what waits for them in those woods. No idea that when darkness falls, they should stay inside. No idea that if they see a crooked figure with an impossible grin beckoning from between the trees, they should never, ever follow. I don't know what to do. Who would believe me? How do you warn someone about something like this without sounding completely insane? All I know is that the crooked man is still there, waiting in Blackwood Forest, and now there's no one left to tell him to leave. Story 14. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family, and honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. I was 17 when it happened, just a regular teenager living in rural Montana with my parents, older brother Jake, 19, and sister Emma, 21. We had this yellow lab named Chloe. Yeah, same as my name, which got confusing sometimes, but she was a rescue and already responded to it. This happened last summer when my parents were out of town for the weekend, visiting my grandma, who'd been sick. They left Friday morning and weren't due back until Sunday evening. It was just us 3 kids and the dog holding down the fort. Our house sits on about 5 acres of land, not a huge property by Montana standards, but enough that we don't see our neighbors' houses from our windows. Behind our house is this big open field that stretches for about half a mile before hitting the tree line. In the summer, the field gets filled with these tall grasses that sway in the wind. Usually it's peaceful, but that night, God, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. It was around 8:30 in the evening on Saturday. The sun was starting to set, but it wasn't fully dark yet. Just that weird twilight where everything looks kind of blue and hazy. Jake was in his room playing video games online with his friends. I could hear him shouting through his headset. And Emma was in the living room watching some Netflix show. I was in the kitchen washing up the dinner dishes when I realized I hadn't seen Chloe for about an hour. I'd let her out earlier to do her business, and she usually scratched at the door when she wanted back in, but I must have missed it. She liked to chase rabbits sometimes, but she never wandered far. Still, with coyotes in the area, I didn't want her out after dark. I dried my hands and headed to the back door that connects to our garage. There's this small concrete block right outside the garage door, about a foot high, that we use as a step. I stood on it and called out for her. "Chloe, come here, girl. Dinner time." I used that high-pitched voice that she always responded to. Nothing, just silence and the sound of the wind rustling through the grass in the field. I called again, a little louder this time. "Chloe, come on, girl. Chloe!" Still nothing. I was about to step down from the block to look around the side of the house when I heard it. Clapping. You know that specific kind of clapping people do when they're calling a dog? That rhythmic pat, pat, pat sound? That's exactly what I heard coming from the side of the house. At first, I thought it was Jake or Emma messing with me, so I turned toward the sound and took a few steps in that direction. "Hello?" I called out. No response, just more clapping, a little faster now. I walked to the corner of the house and peered around to the side yard. Nobody there. The clapping stopped. "Jake?" I called out. "Emma, this isn't funny." I stood there for a moment, listening. Nothing. I figured maybe I'd imagined it or it was some weird echo. I walked back to the concrete block and called for Chloe again. "Chloe, come on, girl. Last call for dinner." That's when it happened. The clapping started again, but this time it was coming from the field behind our house. And then, I swear on everything I hold dear, I heard a voice call back. "Chloe, come on, girl. Last call for dinner." It was my exact words, my exact tone, but it wasn't my voice. It was a man's voice, deep and rough, but with this weird sing-song quality, like he was mocking me. And the way he said it, it wasn't just repeating what I said. It was like he was taunting me, like he knew I was scared and was enjoying it. I froze. My entire body went cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The voice had come from the field, maybe 100 yards out, but in that dimming light, I couldn't see anyone. "Who's there?" I managed to call out, my voice shaking. Silence for a moment, then more clapping, faster and more aggressive. "Chloe!" the voice called again, dragging out the name just like I had a minute before. "Come here, girl." I swear it sounded closer this time, like whoever, whatever it was had moved several yards closer to our property. I was terrified but also worried about my dog. Was this person trying to lure her away? Was she already hurt somewhere? I opened my mouth to call for her again, but stopped myself. What if this person was mimicking me to trick her? That's when I heard barking from the opposite side of the yard. I turned to see Chloe running toward me from near the front of the house. Relief flooded through me, but it was short-lived. As soon as Chloe reached me, her behavior changed. Her hackles rose, and she started growling, facing the field. She never growls. She's the friendliest dog you'd ever meet. But she was growling now, low and threatening, her eyes fixed on something in the field that I couldn't see. The clapping started again, but different this time, slower, more deliberate. And then the voice called out, "Both Chloes come, both Chloes come." It was sing-songy, almost like a nursery rhyme. I grabbed Chloe's collar and ran for the door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. Once inside, I slammed the door shut and locked it, then ran through the garage into the house, locking that door behind me too. I burst into the living room where Emma was still watching TV. "There's someone outside," I gasped, still holding onto Chloe's collar. "Someone's out there calling for me and Chloe." Emma looked at me like I was crazy. "What are you talking about?" I tried to explain what had happened, but I was so scared I could barely get the words out. Jake came downstairs to see what all the commotion was about, and I told them both the whole story. They didn't believe me. Jake thought I was trying to prank them, and Emma suggested I'd probably heard an echo or the wind playing tricks, but they could tell I was genuinely terrified, so Jake grabbed a flashlight and went outside to check. He came back 5 minutes later. "There's nobody out there, Chloe." I checked all around the house and even walked a bit into the field. Nothing. "But I heard it," I insisted, and Chloe heard it too. "You should have seen how she was growling." "It was probably a coyote or something," Emma suggested. "They can make weird sounds sometimes, but it wasn't a coyote. Coyotes don't clap. They don't mimic human voices. They don't call your name in a mocking tone." We ended up checking all the doors and windows to make sure they were locked. Jake even grabbed Dad's shotgun from the gun safe and kept it nearby, though he acted like he was just humoring me. We stayed up late watching movies together, and eventually the fear started to fade a bit. Emma suggested I sleep in her room that night, and I gratefully accepted. The next morning, I woke up convinced I'd overreacted. Maybe it had been the wind, or my imagination running wild, or some weird acoustic phenomenon. But then I went outside with Jake to help feed the chickens we keep on the other side of the property. As we walked past the field, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, starting from about 50 yards into the field and heading toward our house, was a path through the tall grass, like something had walked through it, pushing the grass aside. The path stopped about 20 yards from where I'd been standing the night before. "Jake, look," I said, pointing. He stared at it for a moment. "Probably just deer," he said, but I could tell by his voice he wasn't convinced. Later that day, I was in the kitchen getting a glass of water when I noticed something on the concrete block outside the garage door. I went outside to look closer, and what I saw made me sick to my stomach. There, pressed into the concrete as if someone had pushed their fingers into wet cement, though the block had been solid for years, were 5 deep indentations, like fingerprints, but too long, too narrow to be human. I called Jake and Emma out to see, but by the time they got there, the marks were gone, just smooth concrete, like they'd never existed. My parents came home that evening and I told them everything. My dad walked the property with his rifle, but found nothing. My mom suggested I was working too hard on my summer reading assignment. We'd been assigned some Native American legends for English class, including stories about shapeshifters. That's when it clicked for me. What I'd encountered wasn't some random creep in the field. It was a skinwalker. In the stories, they can mimic voices, lure people or animals away. They're tricksters, malevolent entities that take pleasure in causing fear and confusion. It's been over a year now, and I've never heard the voice again. But sometimes, when I let Chloe out at night, I catch myself listening for clapping. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right through the field, I swear I can hear my name being called in that same mocking tone. I don't stand on that concrete block anymore. I don't call for Chloe after sunset, and I never ever answer when I hear someone calling my name from the field. The thing that scares me most, whatever it was, knew both our names, mine and my dog's. It knew we shared the same name. How could it have known that unless it had been watching us, listening to us? For how long? And why did it choose that night to reveal itself? I still live in that house with my family. Chloe still chases rabbits in the yard. But I can't shake the feeling that something out there is waiting, watching, learning, and someday it might try again to lure one of us, or both of us, into the field. Story 15. I don't know if anyone will believe this, but I need to write it down. I've kept it to myself for 20 years, and I'm tired of pretending it never happened. My name is Emma, and when I was 10 years old, my family moved to Vail, Oregon. It was supposed to be a fresh start. My dad got a better job, and my mom was excited about the smaller community. My brother Jake was 13 and annoyed about leaving his friends, but I was actually looking forward to it. God, I wish we'd never gone there. My first day at Vail Elementary School started normal enough. Mom took pictures of Jake and me on the front porch with our backpacks, and Dad drove us to school since it was our first day. Jake immediately spotted some kids his age and ditched us, while Dad walked me to the front office to get my schedule and classroom assignment. That's when I first saw one of them. A woman was standing by the water fountain. Her skin was wrong. Patchy, red and black like melted plastic. Her hair was mostly gone, and what remained was singed and brittle. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned nightgown, but parts of it were burned away, showing more of that awful skin underneath. She was just staring at nothing. I froze in the hallway. My dad tugged my hand. "Emma, what's wrong?" I couldn't take my eyes off her. "Do you see that lady?" I whispered. Dad looked around, confused. "What lady, honey? There's no one there." But she was there, so clearly. As we passed, she turned her head and looked directly at me. Her eyes were milky white, but somehow I knew she could see me. I gripped my dad's hand tighter and hurried past. The front office seemed normal, a secretary typing at her computer, the principal greeting new students. I started to relax. Maybe I just imagined that woman. Maybe it was first day jitters. But then I saw another one, a man this time sitting in one of the waiting chairs. His face was even worse, one side completely burned away, exposing what looked like bone beneath. He wasn't moving, just sitting there, staring at the wall, and no one else noticed him. People walked right past, even sat in chairs next to him, like he wasn't there. My dad left after walking me to my classroom, and I remember wanting to beg him not to go. The classroom seemed okay at first, no burned people. But when I turned to hang my backpack on the hook, there was a little girl standing in the corner. She couldn't have been more than 5 or 6, with those same horrible burns. She was holding a charred teddy bear. I bit my lip hard to keep from screaming. Throughout that first day, I kept seeing them, in the hallways, in the cafeteria, on the playground. Some were just standing still, others were walking around like they were going somewhere specific. None of the other kids reacted to them. My teacher walked right through one during math class. By lunchtime, I was a mess. I sat alone, trying not to look at anything but my sandwich. Jake found me and plopped down beside me. "How's it going, Squirt?" he asked, stealing one of my chips. I wanted to tell him Jake always looked out for me, even if he pretended I annoyed him. But how could I explain? "There are burned people everywhere," I blurted out, my voice barely audible, "and no one else can see them." Jake rolled his eyes. "Very funny, Emma. Look, I know you're nervous about a new school, but making up ghost stories isn't going to help you make friends." "I'm not making it up," I insisted, my voice rising. A couple of kids at the next table looked over. Jake's face got serious. "Keep it down, weirdo. Don't start this stuff again." The again part hurt. When I was 5, I'd had an imaginary friend named Wyatt, who I insisted was a real soldier who protected me. My parents thought it was cute until I started insisting he was actually dead and had been for a long time. They took me to a child psychologist who explained I had an overactive imagination that I'd eventually grow out of, and I had, until now. After lunch, I had library time. The library was in the basement level of the school, and it felt older than the rest of the building. As I walked down the stairs, I noticed fewer of the burned people, just one elderly man sitting in a rocking chair that wasn't actually there. He was moving back and forth, but the floor beneath the chair that should have been rocking was solid. The librarian was an older woman named Mrs. Finch. She had grey hair in a neat bun and glasses on a chain. While the other kids browsed for books, I sat at a table trying not to cry. Mrs. Finch came over and sat beside me. "First day not going well?" she asked kindly. I shook my head, not trusting my voice. "I've been at this school for 30 years, she said. "Longer than the school has actually existed, if you can believe that." I looked up, confused. She smiled. "I was a librarian at the old hospital before they tore it down to build this school. Did you know that's what was here before?" My stomach turned cold. "A hospital?" "Oh yes. Small community hospital closed in 1978 after the fire." The word hung in the air between us. "Fire." "What fire?" I whispered, already knowing the answer. "East Wing burned down. Terrible tragedy. 27 people died. They couldn't rebuild after that. No money, and people were too superstitious to go there anyway. Land sat empty for almost a decade before they built the school." I must have gone pale because she patted my hand. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to upset you with ancient history. Are you all right?" "The people who died," I said slowly. "Were they burned?" Mrs. Finch's expression changed. She studied my face carefully. "Yes," she said finally. "Most of them died from burns or smoke inhalation." "Why do you ask?" I couldn't help it. The tears came. Mrs. Finch led me to her office behind the checkout desk and closed the door. "You're seeing them, aren't you?" she asked quietly. I nodded, sobbing. "I thought as much. There's something about this place. I've worked here so long, sometimes I think I catch glimpses too, just out of the corner of my eye." She handed me a tissue. "How many?" "At least 15, I hiccuped. "All over the school. Some of them look so awful." "They can't hurt you," she said firmly. "They're just memories, impressions left behind." "But why can I see them when no one else can?" She shook her head. "Some people are more sensitive to these things. My grandmother was like that. She called it the sight. Nothing to be afraid of, but not something to talk about either. People don't understand." That was an understatement. For the rest of the day, I tried to keep my eyes down, to not react when one of them appeared in my peripheral vision. It almost worked. Then I saw him. He was different from the others, taller, with burns that seemed fresher somehow. He wore what looked like a hospital gown, but parts of it were melted into his skin. The others seemed confused or lost, but he was angry. I could feel it radiating from him, and he saw me watching him. His head snapped toward me, milky eyes locking onto mine. His mouth opened in what should have been a smile, but looked more like a grimace with his burned lips. Then he started walking toward me. I ran. Straight out of my classroom without asking permission, down the hall to the bathroom. I locked myself in a stall and tried to breathe. After a few minutes, my teacher found me and scolded me for leaving class, but I barely heard her because he was standing behind her, watching me over her shoulder. That night, I begged my parents not to make me go back. I faked a stomachache, a headache, anything I could think of, but they insisted it was just new school anxiety that would pass. The next morning was worse. He was waiting for me at the school entrance. As I walked past, I felt a cold sensation on my arm, like someone had dragged an ice cube across my skin. I looked down and saw red marks appearing, like someone had scratched me. Throughout the day, he followed me. The other burned people just wandered or stood still, but he was different. He seemed aware, purposeful. In the cafeteria, my milk carton slid across the table and fell onto my lap, though no one had touched it. In the bathroom, the paper towel dispenser kept spitting out towels when I was alone. By the end of the week, I was a wreck. I wasn't sleeping. I'd lost weight. My parents were worried, but thought I was just having trouble adjusting. Jake was avoiding me at school because I kept acting weird. Then things escalated. I was alone in my bedroom doing homework when my pencil case flew off my desk and hit the wall. I heard raspy breathing, though no one was there. That night, I woke up to find him standing at the foot of my bed, his burned face inches from mine when I opened my eyes. I screamed so loud my parents came running. They found me huddled in the corner, insisting someone had been in my room. My dad checked the whole house, but found nothing. That night, after everyone went back to bed, I did something I hadn't done in years. I prayed, really prayed, desperately, for protection. I asked for help, for someone to make the burned man leave me alone. The next morning, something had changed. As I walked into school, I still saw the burned people. But there was someone new among them, a young man in an old-fashioned military uniform, World War II, I'd learn later. He had kind eyes and stood straighter than the others. He nodded at me, and suddenly I remembered. "Wyatt," I whispered. My imaginary friend from when I was 5. Except he'd never been imaginary. Throughout the day, I noticed something strange. Whenever the angry burned man tried to get close to me, Wyatt would appear between us. The burned man would back away, his face contorted in rage. By the end of the day, I realized I hadn't been scratched or had anything move around me. Over the next few weeks, a pattern emerged. Wyatt would stay near me at school, keeping the burned man at bay. The other spirits seemed to ignore both of them, continuing their endless wandering or standing. Mrs. Finch gave me books about sensitive people throughout history, which helped me understand I wasn't crazy. With Wyatt's protection, I gradually learned to block most of them out. I'd still see them, but I could pretend I didn't. I trained myself not to react when one would appear suddenly or walk through a wall. It wasn't perfect. Sometimes I'd slip up, like when the burned girl with the teddy bear tried to hand it to me, and I automatically reached out to take it. My classmates saw me grabbing at thin air and laughed for days. I got labeled as the weird girl pretty quickly, the freak who talked to herself sometimes and jumped at nothing. It made those years in Vale incredibly lonely. We moved away when I was 15 and I've never gone back. I've seen other ghosts since then, but never as many as at that school, and never any as malevolent as that burned man. Wyatt still shows up occasionally when I need him, though not as often now that I'm an adult. I looked up the hospital fire years later. It was real, exactly as Mrs. Finch had described. And in the list of victims, I found him, Michael Stern, a patient in the psychiatric ward who'd been restrained in his bed when the fire broke out. The reports said he'd started the fire himself. I still don't know why he fixated on me that day, or why I could see them when others couldn't. What I do know is that building a school on that land was a terrible mistake. Some places should just be left alone. Story 16. I've lived in Everton for just over 3 months now, and honestly, I never thought I'd be the type of person writing something like this. I'm not into paranormal stuff. I'm not superstitious. I'm just a regular 35-year-old guy who finally got his own place after living with my parents way too long. Don't judge. Housing prices are insane, and I was saving up. My apartment seemed perfect when I found it. It's close enough to town that I can walk to the grocery store in 10 minutes. The beach is just 15 minutes in the other direction, and there's this small forest between my place and the beach that looked like a great shortcut and a nice spot for walks. Nothing special, it's tiny, maybe 2.5 kilometers long and 0.5 kilometer wide, just a small strip of woods with some trails and a few streams running through it. I've always loved forests. Growing up, I spent hours exploring the woods near my parents' house. I'd go camping, hiking, even nighttime walks. Nature at night has always been peaceful to me. Some people get creeped out by the dark and the sounds, but I've always found it calming, until I moved here. The first time I entered this forest, something felt wrong. It was a sunny Tuesday afternoon in August, perfect weather for a walk. I remember because I had just finished unpacking the last of my boxes and wanted some fresh air. The path looked inviting enough, well maintained with sunlight filtering through the leaves. But the moment I stepped under the tree canopy, I felt watched. Not like someone was following me, more like dozens, maybe hundreds of eyes were on me from every direction. I kept turning around, expecting to see someone there, but the path behind me was always empty. I told myself it was just my imagination. New place, unfamiliar surroundings, that kind of thing. But it didn't go away. I tried different times of day, different paths through the forest. Morning, noon, evening, didn't matter. That feeling of being observed remained constant. Even on crowded weekends when other people were around, I couldn't shake it. And I noticed something else. Dogs acted weird in there. They'd pull at their leashes, whine, or bark at nothing. I saw this German shepherd that seemed totally chill until it hit the forest boundary. Then it started growling and its owner had to drag it through. After about a month, I started avoiding the forest during my daily routine. I'd take the longer route around it to get to the beach, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Why did this particular forest feel so different from others I'd been in? I'm not exactly an anxious person. I've hiked alone through much bigger, more isolated forests without feeling anything like this. So one night in September, it was a Wednesday I remember because I had the next day off, I decided to test something. Maybe the forest would feel different at night. Maybe that oppressive feeling would disappear in darkness, like how some things are scarier in daylight than they are at night. I've always found nighttime in forests peaceful, so I thought maybe this would normalize the experience for me. Big mistake. Huge. I entered the forest around 9:30 in the evening. The moon was nearly full, so I could see well enough with just my phone flashlight to supplement. The temperature had dropped a bit, maybe 15 degrees Celsius with a slight breeze. Perfect walking weather. At first it seemed like any other forest at night. The rustle of leaves, occasional small animal sounds, that sort of thing. But that feeling of being watched, it didn't go away. It intensified. It was like going from feeling observed by a crowd to feeling stalked by predators. The hair on my arms stood up, and a heaviness settled in my chest that I can only describe as dread. Pure, instinctual dread. I was about half a kilometer in when I saw the first light. At first, I thought it was just someone else walking with a flashlight. It was about the size of a basketball, hovering maybe 7 or 8 meters off the ground. Then I saw another one, smaller, like a tennis ball, and another, and another. Soon there were dozens of them, different sizes, floating between the trees. My first thought was fireflies or some other bioluminescent insects. But these weren't blinking or moving like insects. They were floating deliberately, weaving between trees, some moving up the hillside that slopes down toward the water. The hill drops maybe 10 to 12 meters down to the shoreline, and these lights were moving along its contour like they knew the terrain. I stood frozen, watching them. The rational part of my brain tried to come up with explanations. Maybe lights from boats on the water? No. Wrong direction, wrong height, and they were clearly within the forest. Some kind of reflection from the town? No way. The forest was between me and town, and these lights were moving independently of each other. One of the larger orbs suddenly changed direction and started floating toward me. I don't know how to explain this, but it felt aware, like it had noticed me noticing it, and that's when the panic hit. I turned and ran. I didn't care about staying on the path. I just needed to get out of there. I tripped over a root and fell hard, scraping my hands and knees. My phone flew from my grip, and I scrambled around in the dirt until I found it, the flashlight beam spinning wildly across the trees. When I got to my feet, I realized I was surrounded by the lights. They weren't touching me, just hovering, some as close as 3 meters away. They made no sound. They gave off no heat that I could feel. They just watched. Then, as suddenly as they'd appeared, they backed away, creating a path toward the forest exit. It was like they were showing me the way out, or herding me. I didn't question it. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life. When I burst out of the forest and onto the street, I bent over, hands on knees, gasping for breath. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I finally looked back, I saw a few of the lights just inside the tree line, hovering like they couldn't or wouldn't cross the boundary of the forest. I told myself I was never going back there. But curiosity is a powerful thing. Maybe I had hallucinated. Maybe there was a rational explanation I was missing. So a few days later, I convinced my buddy Chris to walk through the forest with me in the evening. Not quite dark, but close to sunset. "You feel that?" I asked him about 30 seconds after we entered. "Feel what?" he replied, but I could see goosebumps on his arms. "Like we're being watched." He shrugged it off, said it was just me putting ideas in his head. But then the lights appeared, earlier than before, just a few at first, distant between the trees. Chris saw them too. "What are those?" he asked, voice tight. "I don't know," I said, "but they're why I brought you here." We stood watching them for maybe 5 minutes. They didn't approach us like they had when I was alone. They just hovered in the distance, moving occasionally from one tree to another. "Let's get out of here," Chris finally said, and I didn't argue. Once we were safely back in my apartment, Chris admitted he'd felt it too, that sensation of being observed. "Like when you're in a crowded room and everyone's staring at you," he said. "But worse, because you can't see who's doing the staring." Over the next few weeks, I took 3 other friends to the forest at different times. All of them felt the same thing. 2 saw the lights. One didn't, but she still refused to go back there with me. "That place feels wrong," she said, "like it's full of something that doesn't want us there." I started asking around town about the forest. Most locals just shrugged it off. They avoided it too, especially at night, but they'd grown up with the stories and warnings and didn't think much about it anymore. But one older guy at the local coffee shop told me the forest used to be the site of an old sawmill back in the late 1800s. "Dangerous work back then," he said. "No safety regulations. Men lost limbs, fingers. At least 4 died when equipment failed or logs rolled the wrong way. Messy deaths." He sipped his coffee. "After it closed down, the forest took over. But some folks say the men who died there never left. I've always been skeptical about ghost stories, but after what I've experienced, I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that there's something deeply wrong with that forest. The energy there isn't just spooky or eerie. It's malevolent. It feels ancient and patient and hungry. I now go at least a kilometer out of my way to avoid even walking near the forest's edge. I've stopped trying to convince myself there's a rational explanation for what I experienced. Maybe there is, but I'm not willing to go back there to find out. Whatever is in those woods, whether it's the spirits of dead workers or something that was there long before humans ever set foot in Everton, it's not just watching, it's waiting. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't the memory of those lights, though they appear in my dreams sometimes. It's the certainty that if I had stayed in that forest any longer, or if I'd gone deeper into the woods, I would have discovered exactly what those lights are, and that knowledge would have come at a terrible price. I still live in Everton. My lease runs for another 9 months, and I can't afford to break it, so I've adapted. I take the long way to the beach. I never go out after dark if it means passing near the forest edge, and I keep my curtains closed on the side of my apartment that faces those woods, because sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can see small points of light moving between the distant trees, and I can't shake the feeling that they remember me, and that they're watching, waiting for me to make the mistake of returning to their domain. Story 17. I've been wanting to share this for a while now, but honestly, it's taken me some time to process everything. This is about my grandparents' house in suburban Milwaukee, where I spent a lot of my childhood. I'm 32 now, and this house has been in our family since I was born. My grandparents have lived there for almost 40 years. I guess I should start by saying that this house has never felt right, not completely. Growing up, I didn't have the words for it, but now I do. It's haunted. I know how that sounds, but after what happened last month, I can't explain it any other way. The weird stuff has been happening for as long as I can remember. The back hallway and bedrooms have always been off. When I was little, I thought everyone's house had scary spots. where you'd walk faster to get through them. For us, it was that hallway. The temperature drops noticeably there, and you get this feeling of being watched, like someone standing right behind you, but when you turn around, nobody's there. What's really strange is how animals react to those areas. My grandparents have had 3 dogs over the years, and not one of them would go down that hallway. The last one, Max, a German shepherd who literally followed my grandfather everywhere else in the house, would sit at the entrance to that hallway and whine. He'd rather hold his bladder than walk down that hallway to be let out the back door. And it's not just dogs. Cats, hamsters, even my cousin's parrot would freak out if you tried to bring them back there. The worst room is the guest bedroom at the end of the hallway. That's where I had to sleep whenever we stayed over. My older cousins refused to sleep there, and somehow I got stuck with it. I can't count how many nights I spent wide awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to footsteps in the hallway when everyone else was asleep. Sometimes I'd hear whispers, not clear enough to make out words, but definitely voices, and the closet door in that room would open on its own. I'd close it before going to bed, and in the morning, it would be wide open. The bathroom in that hallway is another hot spot. My aunt straight up refuses to use it anymore after the shower curtain got yanked while she was in there. She came running out in a towel, soaking wet and crying. Nobody believed her until it happened to me a few years later. I was 16, taking a shower, when the curtain just flew open, not like it slid, but like someone ripped it aside. Nobody was there. I finished that shower in record time. My grandparents have learned to live with it. They've been there so long that they've developed this weird acceptance. They'll acknowledge something strange happened, but then change the subject, like when pictures fall off walls for no reason, or when items disappear and show up in different places. "That's just how this house is," my grandma would say with a shrug. About 6 months ago, things started getting worse. The footsteps became louder. Items weren't just being moved, they were being thrown. My grandma called me in tears after finding all the kitchen cabinets open one morning. My grandpa, who's always been the skeptic, started admitting he was hearing things too. That's when my grandma asked me to help make it leave. I'm not an expert in this stuff, but I've always been interested in the paranormal. I've read books, watched documentaries, joined online communities. So I gathered some supplies, sage, incense, holy water from a local church. I'm not even Catholic, but I was desperate, and went over there one weekend. I spent hours going room to room, focusing especially on that hallway and the guest bedroom. I burned sage, sprinkled holy water in the corners, and firmly told whatever was there that it needed to leave. I felt ridiculous doing it, but also terrified. The air felt thick during the whole process, like walking through invisible cobwebs. When I got to the guest bedroom, the door slammed shut behind me. I nearly had a heart attack, but I forced myself to stay and finish the cleansing. It seemed to work, at least temporarily. My grandparents said things were quieter for a few weeks. No footsteps, no moving objects. I thought maybe, just maybe, I'd actually helped. Then came the painting incident. I'm an artist. Not professionally, but I've been painting since I was a kid. For my grandparents' 50th anniversary, I spent months working on a large painting of lovebirds perched on a cherry blossom branch. It was huge, about 4.5 feet long and 4 feet wide, and the most detailed work I'd ever done. Every feather, every petal was meticulously painted. I'd poured my heart into it. My grandparents loved it. Since they're both in their 80s now and can't really hang heavy things themselves, they propped it up on the mantel above their fireplace, leaning it against the wall. It was stable there. They even put some small glass bird figurines in front of it. It had been sitting there untouched for weeks. Then last month, I got a call from my grandpa. His voice sounded strange, strained. "Olivia," he said, "something happened to your painting." I drove over immediately. When I walked into their living room, I felt sick. The painting was face down on the floor, about 6 feet away from the fireplace. But that's not what horrified me. It was the damage. There were punctures through the canvas. Not tears, but actual holes that went all the way through the wooden frame behind it. The frame itself, made of solid oak, was warped and splintered, like it had been hit with tremendous force. The glass bird figurines that had been in front of the painting were knocked over but completely intact. Not a chip, not a crack, just my painting destroyed. My grandpa kept apologizing as if it was somehow his fault. He showed me the security system log. No one had entered the house, the windows were all locked. Nothing else in the room was disturbed, just my painting with holes punched through it like something had attacked it specifically. What bothers me most is the selective nature of the damage. Those glass birds should have shattered if the painting had simply fallen, and the force needed to punch through both canvas and wood frame would have broken everything on that mantel. But only my painting was damaged. My painting, which I created after I tried to cleanse the house. It felt personal. It felt like a message. My grandpa, bless him, tried to repair it. He carefully stretched the canvas back over the frame and patched the holes from behind. But the frame is still warped, and now there are these dark spots where the holes were. Every time I look at it, I feel cold. They've put it back on the mantel, but now with heavier objects in front of it. My grandma suggested maybe it was just the wind, or the painting was too heavy for the mantel, but we all know better. There was no wind inside a closed house, and that painting had been sitting there for weeks without issue. Since the incident, the activity has ramped up again. The footsteps are back. My grandma says she keeps finding the kitchen drawers open in the morning. My grandpa, who has trouble sleeping, says he sometimes sees a dark figure standing in their bedroom doorway in the middle of the night. I feel guilty. I think my attempt to cleanse the house made whatever is there angry. And now it's lashing out, starting with destroying something I created with love. It feels like it's establishing dominance, sending a clear message. This is my house, and you can't make me leave. I've told my grandparents I don't think I can help anymore. I'm not equipped to deal with something this aggressive. They've lived with it for decades, finding ways to coexist with whatever shares their home. But I worry about them. They're getting older, and the activity seems to be escalating. Sometimes I wonder if I should just take the painting away, remove that reminder of my failed attempt to cleanse their home. But another part of me is afraid that would be seen as another challenge, another reason for this entity to act out. So for now, we're at a stalemate. My grandparents continue their quiet life in that house, avoiding the back hallway when possible. I visit less frequently than I used to, and never stay overnight anymore. And that painting hangs above their fireplace, damaged but restored, a reminder that some presences don't want to be removed, they just want to be acknowledged. I don't know what to do next. I don't know if there's anything I can do. But I wanted to share this because sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy thinking about it. Has anyone else experienced something similar? Has anyone successfully dealt with an entity that responded with aggression? I'm open to suggestions, but also terrified of making things worse. Story 18. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night in Pine Shadow. I've spent months trying to rationalize it, but I can't explain what we experienced up in those mountains. I need to write this down while the details are still fresh, though honestly, I don't think I'll ever forget them. I moved to Pine Shadow, British Columbia about 2 years ago for work. It's this small mountain town surrounded by dense pine forests. Beautiful during the day, but completely different at night. My friend Olivia had been living here her whole life and was always trying to get me to appreciate the natural wonders of the area. She's always been the adventurous one between us. For Olivia's birthday last month, she wanted to go stargazing. She had been talking about how the Perseid meteor shower would be visible that night, and how the remote location would give us the perfect view without light pollution. I agreed, thinking it would be fun. I had this SUV that was perfect for it. We could lay in the back with the seats down and look up at the stars through the moonroof. We headed out around 9 in the evening. I picked Olivia up from her place and she was all excited, bringing snacks, her camera equipment, and even a small telescope. She climbed into my car wearing this oversized sweater and beanie, looking like she was ready for a camping magazine photo shoot. The spot is about 9 miles out of town, she said, directing me toward a series of unmarked dirt roads that twisted through the mountains. My dad used to take me there when I was little. I remember feeling a bit uneasy as we drove further from town. The roads got narrower, and the trees seemed to close in around us. My headlights cut through the darkness, but beyond their reach was just pure black. No streetlights, no houses, nothing but wilderness. The radio lost signal about 5 miles out, so we were just chatting as we drove. "Are you sure you know where we're going?" I asked Olivia after we turned onto what felt like the 5th identical dirt road. "Trust me, Madeline, it's worth it. You can see every star from this clearing." We finally arrived around 10:30. The spot was beautiful, a small clearing surrounded by tall pines on a ridge overlooking a valley. The sky was incredible, with more stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I parked the car facing the edge of the clearing so we could look out over the valley while still being close to the tree line. I started setting up the back of my SUV, laying down blankets and pillows while Olivia immediately jumped out with her camera. She walked about 20 feet away, setting up her tripod to take some long exposure shots of the night sky. I could hear her humming to herself as she worked. It was peaceful. That's when things changed. I was fluffing up some pillows in the back when I heard what sounded like a woman's voice. At first, I thought Olivia had started playing music on her phone. "Hey, Liv, can you turn that down a bit?" I called out. Olivia turned around, looking confused. "Turn what down?" "The music." "I'm not playing any music, Mad." We both went quiet then, and that's when we heard it clearly, a woman singing. The voice was hauntingly beautiful, with this eerie melody I didn't recognize. It wasn't in English, or at least not any words I could understand. The singing was clear as day, like someone was standing just beyond the edge of the clearing in the trees, but there was no one there. We couldn't see a single soul. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, feeling a cold wave of dread wash over me. Olivia nodded slowly, looking around. "Where is it coming from?" The singing continued, unwavering. It wasn't recorded music. There was no background instrumentation, no electronic quality to it, just a pure, lone voice floating through the darkness. What made it even more unsettling was how steady it was. No footsteps, no rustling of leaves, no indication that whoever was singing was moving through the forest. I felt an immediate sense of danger. It was like an alarm going off in my head, this primal feeling that something was very wrong. My heart started racing, and I broke out in a cold sweat despite the cool night air. "We need to go," I said, abandoning the blankets and moving quickly to the driver's seat. Olivia, though, seemed more curious than afraid. "Wait, don't you want to see who it is?" "No, I really don't," I replied, my hand already on the ignition key. The singing continued, maintaining the same distance and volume. It wasn't getting closer, but it wasn't fading either. That detail somehow made it worse, like whatever was making that sound wanted us to know it was there, watching. Olivia finally headed back to the car, though she kept looking over her shoulder toward the forest. Once she was inside, I locked all the doors immediately. "Let's at least try to see what it is," Olivia suggested, still more intrigued than scared. "Turn the car around and shine the headlights toward the singing." Against my better judgment, I did as she asked. I started the engine and slowly turned the SUV around, pointing the headlights directly at where the singing seemed to be coming from. The bright beams cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees and underbrush. There was nothing there, absolutely nothing, but the singing continued, undisturbed by our lights or the sound of the engine. "This isn't right," I said, my voice shaking. "We need to leave. Now." This time Olivia didn't argue. I think seeing the empty forest while still hearing that voice finally got to her. I threw the car into drive and took off down the dirt road much faster than was safe, the SUV bouncing and jostling as I navigated the uneven terrain. The strangest part. As we drove away, the singing didn't fade like it should have if it was coming from a stationary source. It maintained the same volume for much longer than should have been possible, only gradually diminishing after we'd driven at least a mile. It was as if whatever was singing had followed us for a while before giving up. We didn't speak much on the drive back to town. Olivia kept checking the rearview mirror, and I was gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. When we finally reached the paved road and saw the lights of Pine Shadow in the distance, I felt like I could breathe again. "What do you think that was?" Olivia finally asked as we pulled into her driveway. "I don't know," I admitted, "but it felt wrong." "Did you notice how it never got closer or further away until we drove off? And there were no footsteps, no movement sounds at all?" Olivia nodded slowly. "Yeah, and the way it just kept going, like it was trying to get our attention." I stayed at Olivia's place that night. Neither of us wanted to be alone after what we'd experienced. We tried to distract ourselves by watching a movie, but I kept hearing that melody in my head. I barely slept. The next morning, Olivia decided to check the footage from her camera. She had been recording short videos between taking photos, hoping to catch some meteors. What we found made my blood run cold. In one of the videos, taken while Olivia was photographing the sky and I was setting up the back of the SUV, there was something in the bottom corner of the frame. It was dark and difficult to make out, but there was definitely a shape moving at the edge of the forest. The video's audio didn't pick up any singing. This was before we heard it. But watching it now, I realized I had been constantly looking over my shoulder throughout the recording, as if subconsciously sensing something wasn't right. We enhanced the video as much as we could, but the shape remained indistinct, just a darker patch against the already dark tree line. But it was definitely moving, and not like an animal would move. It seemed to be swaying slightly, almost like someone dancing very slowly to music only they could hear. That's when I remembered something that made this even more disturbing. In the weeks before our trip, there had been rumors around Pine Shadow about hikers hearing strange sounds in the mountains. Most people dismissed these as wildlife or the wind, but now I'm not so sure. The locals have old stories about the forests around Pine Shadow. Olivia's grandmother once told us about spirits that would lure travelers deeper into the woods by mimicking familiar sounds or voices. I had laughed it off as superstition at the time. I'm not laughing anymore. What bothers me most is how differently Olivia and I reacted that night. I felt immediate, overwhelming fear, like every cell in my body was screaming danger. Olivia, though, was curious, almost drawn to the sound. She later told me she found the singing beautiful and comforting at first. It was only when we couldn't find the source that she became uneasy. Was whatever out there affecting us differently? Was it trying to separate us? I can't stop thinking about what might have happened if Olivia had walked toward that voice instead of returning to the car. We haven't gone back to that spot, and we don't plan to. But sometimes when I'm driving home late at night and past the road that leads into those mountains, I swear I can hear faint singing coming from the trees. I always drive a little faster when that happens. I still don't know what we encountered that night. A ghost, some kind of forest spirit, or maybe just a very strange person who likes to sing alone in the pitch-black forest at night. None of the explanations feel right. All I know is that something was out there in those woods, something that wanted our attention. And I'm grateful we left when we did, because deep down, I'm certain of one thing. That voice wasn't human, and it wasn't singing to welcome us. I haven't been able to look at the stars the same way since. When I look up at night now, I'm not wondering what's out there in space anymore. I'm worried about what might be hiding just beyond the light, watching and waiting in the darkness of our own world. Story 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about that night. It was about 3 years ago, but I remember it like it happened yesterday. Some experiences just stick with you, you know? They carve themselves into your memory and refuse to fade no matter how much you want them to. My family and I had been living in this house in Willow Ridge for almost 7 years at that point. It's a pretty big place. Not mansion big, but definitely spacious enough that my brother Ryan and I each had our own rooms upstairs. The house has this weird layout that I never thought much about until that night. The upstairs has this long hallway with our bedrooms and a bathroom. There's this staircase that leads down to a small landing, and then another set of stairs that branches off in different directions. One path goes toward the living room, the other toward the kitchen and my parents' bedroom. It's an old house, probably built in the 70s, with lots of wood and those typical creaky floorboards that make noise when you step on them. You know how it is with older houses. They talk to you. That night, I'd been up late playing games on my computer. It was the middle of summer break, so staying up until 2 in the morning wasn't unusual for me or Ryan. My parents didn't really care, as long as we weren't making noise. I remember it was a Wednesday night because my dad had complained earlier about having an important meeting the next day and needing his sleep. Anyway, around 2 a.m., I needed to use the bathroom. I shut down my game and walked down the hallway past Ryan's room. His door was cracked open, and I could see him sitting at his desk with his headphones on, probably watching YouTube or something. The house was completely silent, except for the faint hum of the air conditioning. Our family dog, Max, this massive German shepherd who usually follows me everywhere, was sleeping in my parents' room. They always closed their door at night. The bathroom is at the end of the hallway past Ryan's room. I went in, did my business, washed my hands, and headed back to my room. Nothing unusual. No weird feelings, no strange sounds, nothing that would make me think something was off. I walked back past Ryan's room. He was still sitting there with his headphones on, and went into my bedroom, closing the door behind me. I had just sat down on my bed when I heard it. Footsteps. Running footsteps. But not just any footsteps. These were loud, crystal clear. They started right outside the bathroom I had just left, pounding against the wooden floor of the hallway. Fast, heavy steps, like someone was sprinting at full speed. They raced past my door, past Ryan's door, and then, this is the part that still makes my skin crawl, they continued down the stairs. Thump, 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 rapid, heavy steps hitting each stair as whatever it was descended. The sound echoed throughout the house as it reached the landing, then continued down the second set of stairs, all the way to the bottom floor. It was so loud and so clear that for a split second I thought someone had broken into our house and was running downstairs. But here's the thing. It happened so fast after I closed my bedroom door, maybe 3 or 4 seconds. There's no way anyone could have been hiding in the bathroom I just left without me seeing them, and the bathroom is tiny, nowhere to hide. I froze, completely paralyzed with fear. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I remember thinking, what the actual fuck was that? I sat there for maybe 10 seconds, just listening, wondering if I'd hear more footsteps or a door opening or anything, but the house fell silent again. Then I heard my brother's door creak open. I managed to get up and open my own door, and there was Ryan standing in the hallway, looking toward the stairs with this expression I'll never forget. Pure shock mixed with fear. When he turned and saw me, his eyes were wide, and his face was pale. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. "What was that?" That moment was both terrifying and validating. He had heard it too. I wasn't imagining things. This wasn't just some weird sound my tired brain had misinterpreted. Ryan had heard the exact same thing I had, running footsteps racing down our stairs. "I don't know," I whispered back. It sounded like someone running downstairs. We stood there for a moment, just staring at each other, neither of us wanting to be the first to go check it out. Finally, Ryan said, "Should we wake up Mom and Dad?" I shook my head. "Let's check it out first. Maybe it was just, I don't know, something falling." But we both knew it wasn't something falling. Those were footsteps, human footsteps, running at full speed. We crept down the hallway together toward the stairs. Every creak of the floorboards made us jump. I was leading the way with Ryan right behind me, practically breathing down my neck. When we reached the top of the stairs, we hesitated. The stairwell was dark, with just a faint glow coming from the nightlight in the kitchen downstairs. "You go first," Ryan whispered. "Why me?" I hissed back. You're older. By 16 months, you jerk. Despite my fear, I started down the stairs, gripping the handrail so tight my knuckles turned white. Each step felt like it took an eternity. I kept expecting to see someone, or something, waiting for us at the bottom. But when we reached the landing and could see down to the first floor, there was nothing. No movement, no sounds, just our empty house looking exactly as it always did. We checked everywhere downstairs. The living room, the kitchen, the dining room, my parents' bedroom door, still closed, with no sign that they'd woken up. Max hadn't barked or made any noise, which was strange because that dog would usually go crazy if anyone even walked past our house at night. The front door was locked. All the windows were closed. There was absolutely no sign that anyone had been there, let alone running through our house at 2 in the morning. Maybe it was Max, Ryan suggested, but his voice made it clear he didn't believe that. Max is in Mom and Dad's room, I reminded him. And anyway, those weren't dog footsteps. Those were human. Ryan finished my sentence. Those were human footsteps. We went back upstairs, checking every room, every closet, even looking under the beds like little kids afraid of monsters. Nothing. The house was exactly as it should be, except for the fact that something had just run through it. Should we tell Mom and Dad? Ryan asked as we stood in the hallway between our rooms. I thought about it for a moment. What would we tell them? That we heard footsteps but can't find anyone? They'll just think we're messing around, or that it was the house settling or something. Ryan nodded slowly. Yeah, you're probably right. We ended up going back to our rooms, but I don't think either of us slept much that night. I know I didn't. I lay awake until dawn, just listening, wondering if I'd hear those footsteps again. Every creak, every subtle noise the house made had me sitting bolt upright in bed. The next morning, I was exhausted, but still wired from adrenaline. Ryan and I exchanged glances over breakfast, but neither of us mentioned what had happened in front of our parents. Later, when they weren't around, we talked about it again, trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe it was an animal that got in somehow, Ryan suggested. What kind of animal runs like a human and makes that much noise? I don't know, a raccoon. They have hands, sort of. A raccoon doesn't sound like a person running full speed downstairs, Ryan. We went back and forth like this for days, each explanation sounding more ridiculous than the last. We even went online and researched weird house noises, but nothing matched what we'd heard. About a week later, I finally got up the courage to mention it casually to my mom. I just asked her if she'd ever heard strange noises in the house at night, like someone running on the stairs. She looked at me oddly. No, why? Did you hear something? I shrugged, trying to play it off. Just thought I heard footsteps the other night, but it was probably just the house making noise. She laughed a little. Well, this is an old house. It likes to talk sometimes. That was it. The conversation moved on to something else, and I never brought it up with my parents again. What was the point? They hadn't heard anything, and without experiencing it themselves, they'd never understand how real and terrifying it had been. Over the next few months, both Ryan and I became hyper-aware of every sound in that house. We'd often text each other from our rooms. Did you hear that? Usually it was nothing, just normal house sounds that we were now paying way too much attention to. But here's the creepiest part. About 6 months later, it happened again, almost exactly the same way. I was up late, went to the bathroom, and had just gotten back to my room when I heard those running footsteps start from the bathroom and race down the stairs. This time, Ryan wasn't in his room. He was staying at a friend's house. I was alone, and I was too terrified to leave my room. I just sat there, frozen, listening as the footsteps faded away downstairs. The next morning, I checked the entire house again. Nothing out of place, no signs of intrusion, just like before. I've talked to Ryan about it many times since then. We call it the Phantom Runner now, trying to make light of something that still scares the hell out of both of us. We've even set up recording equipment a few times, hoping to catch the sound, but of course nothing happens when we're actively looking for it. It's been 3 years, and I've heard those running footsteps 4 times total, always at night, always when the house is quiet, always starting from the upstairs bathroom and racing down to the first floor. Ryan's heard it twice. Our parents? Never. Not once. And they still think we're exaggerating or imagining things. I don't know what's running through our house in the middle of the night. I don't know why only Ryan and I can hear it. All I know is that it's real. It's physical enough to make sound, but somehow remains completely invisible. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in the house, I find myself listening for those footsteps, both hoping and fearing I'll hear them again, wondering if someday I'll be brave enough to follow them and discover what or who our phantom runner really is. Story 20. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 3 months now, trying to make sense of it. I'm finally sharing it because I keep having nightmares, and I need to know if anyone else has gone through something similar. For context, I live with my parents and my younger brother Jack on our family farm in rural Iowa. There's not much to do out here besides farm work and getting into trouble. I'm 17, Jack's 15, and we're basically each other's only entertainment since the nearest neighbor with kids our age lives about 20 minutes away. Last June, I decided to dye my hair bright red, partly to stand out at school next year and partly to piss off my dad, who's super conservative about appearance. Jack thought it was hilarious, especially when Dad nearly had a stroke at dinner. That red hair becomes important later. Anyway, about 3 weeks ago, Jack came bursting into my room while I was doing summer reading homework. He was all excited about this spirit box app he'd found on Reddit. You know the type. It supposedly scans radio frequencies and picks up spirit voices. I thought it was stupid, but he was so enthusiastic that I agreed to try it. It'll be more legit if one of us is blindfolded, he insisted, already pulling a bandana from his pocket. That way whoever's listening can't see what questions are being asked. It was around 9 at night, and our parents were watching TV downstairs. We turned off all the lights in my bedroom except for Jack's phone flashlight pointing at the ceiling. I sat cross-legged on the bed while Jack set up his phone with the app. "You go first," he said, handing me his earbuds. "I'll ask questions, and you just tell me what you hear." I rolled my eyes but put the earbuds in. Jack tied the bandana around my eyes, and I heard him tap the app to start. For the first few minutes, all I heard was static and fragments of radio stations. A word here, a bit of music there. Jack asked basic questions. "Is anyone here with us? Can you tell us your name?" Nothing came through except random noise. Then I heard it. A woman's voice, quiet but distinct through the static. "Help." I told Jack, and I could hear the excitement in his voice when he asked, "Who are you? Do you need help?" More static then. "Attached." "What are you attached to?" Jack asked. The static grew louder, then cleared for a moment. "Red hair." My stomach dropped. I'd only had red hair for a month. Jack must have sensed my discomfort because his voice was more serious when he asked, "Are you attached to my sister Emma?" I held my breath waiting for the response, through the static, "Yes." My hands started shaking. I wanted to rip out the earbuds, but morbid curiosity kept me listening. Jack continued, "Where are you from?" The response came through broken but clear enough. "Forest, west, town." There is a forest preserve about 15 minutes west of our farm. It's not very big, maybe a few hundred acres, but it's dense and has hiking trails. We used to go there for school field trips. "What's in the forest?" Jack asked. "Come find us." "Us, not me. Us." I whispered this to Jack, who sounded just as unnerved as I felt. "Who else is there with you?" he asked. Static hissed for a long time before I heard, "He's coming." "Who's coming?" Jack asked quickly. "Run." I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. "Jack, I don't like this," I said, but he hushed me. "Who should we run from?" He pressed. The answer chilled me. "Don't speak of him." Did you die in the forest? Jack asked, changing tactics, more static then. Bombing. That made me pause. I pulled the bandana up to look at Jack. It said bombing. There weren't any bombings around here, were there? Jack looked thoughtful. Wait, remember that thing from like 16 years ago, when they found those old grenades downtown? He was right. Back in 2006, when they were renovating the old hardware store on Main Street, workers found a cache of unexploded hand grenades from World War II. The previous owner had been a collector or something. It was a huge deal. They evacuated half the town. While the bomb squad came, we switched places. Jack put on the blindfold and earbuds while I took control of the questions. The app was still running, scanning through frequencies with soft static. Is anyone there? I asked. Jack's reaction was immediate. His face went pale. They're saying run and get out. They sound scared, Emma. Who should we run from? I asked. Jack listened, then said, they're saying her. They're afraid of you? His voice cracked with confusion. They're mentioning dark hair, not red. That was bizarre. Before I dyed it, my hair was dark brown. Who am I speaking to right now? I asked. Jack jumped suddenly, yanking one earbud out. There was a man's voice, really loud. He said, "Get out." Jack's hands were trembling as he removed the blindfold. I don't think we should do this anymore. I agreed, but after sitting in silence for 10 minutes, our fear gave way to curiosity again. The initial shock had worn off, and we started rationalizing. Maybe the app was programmed to give creepy responses. Maybe we were influencing what we heard because we expected something scary. One more time, Jack said. Short session, just to see if we get the same results. I reluctantly agreed. Jack put the blindfold and earbuds back in. This time, I changed my approach. If there's a spirit attached to my red hair, can you tell me why you chose me? Jack sat completely still. After nearly 30 seconds, he said, "Nothing, just static." I tried again. "Are you still in the forest to the west?" Jack shook his head. Still nothing. I was about to end the session when Jack suddenly stiffened. "They're saying not safe. Now, run. Now, get out." He tore off the blindfold and earbuds. "I'm done, Emma. This feels wrong." We shut everything down and tried to laugh it off, but neither of us slept well that night. I kept thinking about what the voices had said, about being attached to my red hair, about the forest, about running. The next morning over breakfast, I casually asked Mom if she knew anything about the history of the forest preserve. "Not much," she said. "It was privately owned until the 80s when the county bought it." "Why?" "Just curious," I said. "We learned about local history in school." After breakfast, Jack and I made a pact not to mess with the app again, but the curiosity was eating at me. That afternoon, I looked up the forest preserve online. There wasn't much information, just that it had been part of a larger farm property until the county purchased it in 1983. No mention of deaths or accidents. Then I searched for any bombings or explosions in our county history. Besides the grenades discovered downtown in 2006, there was only one other incident. In 1971, a farmer accidentally triggered an old military flare while plowing his field. It wasn't technically a bombing, but it did cause an explosion that cost him his life. The location of that farm, about a mile from the forest preserve. 2 days after our spirit box session, I started having vivid nightmares. In them, I'm walking through that forest, but it's darker, denser than in real life. I can hear whispers coming from between the trees, but I can't make out the words. Then I see a figure standing ahead of me on the path, a woman with red hair like mine. When she turns around, her face is hollow, just empty sockets where her eyes should be. She points behind me, her mouth opens in a silent scream, and I wake up. The third night after our session, things got weirder. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth when I thought I saw movement in the mirror. Not my reflection, but something behind me. When I turned around, nothing was there. As I leaned toward the mirror to check my face, I noticed a small patch of dark brown hair growing at my roots. I'd only dyed my hair 3 weeks earlier. It shouldn't be showing roots yet. A week after the spirit box session, I was home alone. My parents had taken Jack to a dentist appointment in the city, about an hour away. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when all the cabinet doors suddenly opened at once. Not violently, like in horror movies, they just opened, as if someone had walked around the kitchen and carefully opened each one. I stood frozen, the knife still in my hand, peanut butter half spread on bread. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid immediately after. No response, just the house settling. I closed all the cabinets and went to eat in the living room, where I could see all the entrances. That night, I finally told Jack about the weird things happening. He admitted he'd been experiencing things too. Items moved from where he left them, strange scratching sounds in his walls at night, and a recurring dream about being lost in a forest while something hunted him. "I think whatever we contacted that night is still here," he whispered. "We were sitting on the back porch making sure our parents couldn't overhear. And I think there's more than one of them." I nodded, remembering how the voice had said "us" when referring to the forest. "What should we do?" Jack pulled out his phone. "I've been researching. We need to formally end the session we started. Apparently, using these apps is like opening a door without closing it properly." We waited until our parents went to bed, then sat in my room with a single candle lit. Jack had found an ending ritual online that was supposed to close spiritual connections. It seemed ridiculous, but I was willing to try anything. As Jack read the closing words from his phone, the candle flame suddenly stretched tall, almost touching the ceiling, then went out completely. We sat in darkness, neither of us daring to move. "Did that work?" I whispered. Before Jack could answer, his phone lit up with a notification. It was from the Spirit Box app, which he hadn't opened since our session. The notification simply read, "Forest waiting." Jack immediately deleted the app. We slept in the same room that night, taking turns keeping watch like we did when we were little kids afraid of thunderstorms. The next day, I convinced my mom to let me dye my hair back to its natural brown. She was surprised, but happy I was coming to my senses. As I washed the color out in the shower, I swear I heard whispering over the sound of running water. The nightmares have continued, but they've changed. Now I'm standing at the edge of the forest, and dozens of people are emerging from between the trees. They all have red hair, and they're all beckoning to me. Behind them stands a tall figure shrouded in darkness. I never see his face, but I know he's watching me. Jack and I have made another pact, never to go near that forest preserve again. We drive 20 minutes out of our way to avoid passing it now. Last week I found a small twig on my pillow when I got home from school. It wasn't like any of the trees on our property. It had unusual leaves that I later identified online as belonging to a species that primarily grows in the forest preserve. I haven't told Jack about the twig or about waking up 2 nights ago to find mud on my feet, even though I have no memory of going outside, or about the voice I sometimes hear when I'm alone, whispering that they're still waiting for me in the forest. I don't know what we contacted that night or what it wants from me. All I know is that I won't be dyeing my hair red ever again, and I'm counting the days until I can leave for college next year, somewhere far away from this town and that forest. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this after using one of these apps? I need to know if what's happening is real or if I'm losing my mind. Story 21. I was 8 when we moved to Pineville. It was supposed to be our fresh start, a big old house with enough room for all of us in a quiet neighborhood where we could actually afford the rent. Mom was so excited about the wraparound porch and the backyard where our dogs could run. Dad liked that it was close enough to his new job. My siblings, I have 2 brothers and a sister, were just happy we wouldn't have to share rooms anymore. I still remember the day we moved in. It was hot, middle of August, and I was sitting on the front steps watching the moving truck guys haul in our furniture when this weird feeling washed over me, like someone was watching me. I turned around, but nobody was there, just the empty house with its peeling paint and crooked shutters. "Come help with your stuff, Jason," Mom called and I forgot about it, but that feeling came back. A lot. The first night was when I realized something was wrong with the house. We'd set up my bunk bed in the smallest bedroom upstairs. I was on the top bunk, which I'd been so excited about. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. The air felt different. Heavy. Like when you're swimming underwater and the pressure pushes against your ears. I heard a scraping sound above me and looked up to see my metal Transformers toy, this big Optimus Prime that was pretty heavy, sliding across the ceiling of my bunk right over my head. I wasn't fully awake, so I just stared at it, confused. How was my toy on the ceiling? Then it dropped. It should have hit me right in the face. Instead, this string, I don't know where it came from because my toy didn't have any string attached to it, wrapped around it mid-air, catching it like someone had grabbed it. The toy swung there for a second, inches from my nose, then gently lowered to my mattress. I screamed. My parents came running, but when I tried to explain what happened, they just said I had a nightmare, but I know what I saw. And that string, it was gone by morning. After that, weird stuff kept happening, but mostly when I was alone in the house, like this one time. About 2 weeks after we moved in, my mom had taken my siblings to the store, and Dad was at work. I was playing video games in the living room when I heard Mom call my name from the kitchen. "Jason, come help me with these groceries." I paused my game and walked to the kitchen, but no one was there. The back door was locked. No car in the driveway. "Mom?" I called out, confused. Then her voice came again, this time from upstairs. "Jason, I need you up here." My stomach twisted into a knot. I knew Mom wasn't home. I ran to the front window and checked. Her car wasn't there. As I stood frozen in the hallway, I heard my sister Emily giggle from the basement. "Come play, Jason." But Emily was with Mom. I knew that. I called Mom on the house phone, my hands shaking so bad I could barely dial. When she answered, I was crying. "Someone's in the house, Mom. I hear you and Emily, but you're not here." She rushed home, and they searched everywhere. No one was there. Dad said the old pipes probably made noises that sounded like voices, but I knew better. The worst part, my brothers and sisters started experiencing the same thing. My older brother Mike would hear Dad calling him from the garage when Dad was at work. Emily would hear Mom asking her to come help in the kitchen when Mom was in the shower. We all started checking with each other first before responding to voices. Then there were the dogs. We had two, a golden retriever named Buddy and a terrier mix called Pepper. They'd been normal, happy dogs before we moved in. Within weeks, they started acting weird. They'd stand in corners of rooms, growling at nothing. Sometimes in the middle of the night, they'd both wake up and start barking furiously at a blank wall. No matter how much we checked, there was never anything there. Buddy got so scared of the basement that he'd whine and pull on his leash if we tried to take him down there. Eventually, we had to keep the basement door shut because he'd sit in front of it and bark for hours. About a month in, the shadows started. I'd wake up at night and see shapes moving across my walls. Not regular shadows from trees outside or cars passing. These moved deliberately, sometimes stopping if I looked directly at them. They were tall, stretched figures that didn't match anything in my room. One night I woke up around 3 a.m. needing to use the bathroom. As I walked down the hallway, I saw someone standing at the end, a tall, dark figure. I thought it was Dad at first, but it was too tall, too thin. I froze, and it turned toward me. I couldn't see a face, just blackness where features should be. When I blinked, it was gone. I started waking up with bruises and scratches I couldn't explain. Small ones at first, a bruise on my shin, scratches on my arm. Mom thought I was just being rough while playing. Then one morning, I had 3 perfect fingerprint bruises on my shoulder, like someone had grabbed me hard. I hadn't hit anything, hadn't fallen. They appeared overnight while I was sleeping. My sister started sleeping in my parents' room because she said someone kept sitting on the edge of her bed at night. My middle brother Kyle refused to sleep with his closet door open because he said something was watching him from inside. The scariest thing happened about 2 months after we moved in. Mike had a friend over, this kid named Tyler who was in his class. They were playing video games in Mike's room while I was doing homework. I heard Tyler scream, this high-pitched, terrified sound that made me drop my pencil and run to Mike's room. Tyler was white as a sheet, pointing at the hallway. "What the hell was that?" he kept saying. Mike looked confused. "What are you talking about?" Tyler was shaking. "That thing, it just walked from the bathroom to your parents' bedroom. It was tall and skinny and it moved wrong, like a cat but standing up on two legs." My parents didn't believe him, of course. They said he probably saw one of our cats, we had two, and got scared in an unfamiliar house. But our cats were normal-sized house cats, not whatever Tyler described. He never came over again. Around that time, I remembered something. Before we moved to this house, we'd lived in an apartment across town. Mom had bought this antique mirror from a yard sale and hung it in the hallway. After a few weeks, she said it gave her the creeps and took it down. She'd stored it in our new house's attic initially, but Dad had taken it to the dump a week after we moved in because Mom didn't want it anymore. I asked Mom about the mirror one day, and she got this strange look on her face. She admitted the people who sold it to her had joked that it was from a haunted house, but they were just trying to make it sound more interesting. She laughed it off, but her laugh sounded hollow. The activity in our house kept escalating. One night during dinner, all the cabinet doors in the kitchen flew open at once. Another time, my homework papers scattered across my room when there wasn't any breeze. The TV would turn on by itself, always to static. Mike started sleepwalking, something he'd never done before. We'd find him standing in random parts of the house at night, staring at walls or mumbling to himself. When we'd wake him, he wouldn't remember how he got there. One morning, Mom screamed from the bathroom. We all ran in to find "Get Out" written in the steam on the mirror. No one had been in there before her. We were all eating breakfast together when she went to shower. Dad finally started to believe something was wrong when his tools kept disappearing from the garage, only to reappear in random places throughout the house. He'd find his hammer in the refrigerator or his screwdrivers lined up on the stairs. The last straw was what happened to me. I was in bed, almost asleep, when I felt something grab my ankles through the blanket. At first, I thought it was one of my siblings playing a prank, but the grip was too strong, crushing my ankles together. Then it yanked hard, pulling me toward the foot of the bed. I screamed and grabbed the headboard, but whatever had me was stronger. It dragged me completely off the bed and halfway across the floor before letting go. When my parents came running in, I had carpet burns on my back and legs and dark bruises forming around both ankles. There was no way I could have done that to myself. We moved out the next week. Dad broke the lease, lost our security deposit, and we squeezed into my grandparents' house until we could find somewhere else. We left furniture behind because no one wanted to go back in to get it. It's been 15 years now. I'm 23, in college, living in an apartment with roommates who don't know this story. I've never told anyone outside my family because who would believe it? Sometimes I try to convince myself it was just our imaginations running wild in an old house with weird noises. But then, I remember Tyler's face when he saw whatever was walking on two legs. I remember the string that caught my toy in mid-air. I remember the bruises on my ankles shaped exactly like fingers, but larger than any human hand. The thing that still bothers me most is the voices. How did it know exactly how we all sounded? How did it know our patterns of speech, the little phrases we used with each other? Whatever was in that house wasn't just watching us, it was learning us, studying us, becoming us in some way I still don't understand. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear my mom calling me from the kitchen, even though I live hundreds of miles away from her now. And for a split second, before logic kicks in, I always feel that same paralyzing fear I felt as an 8-year-old in that house in Pineville. Story 22. I still get chills thinking about what happened to us that night on Nagpur Highway. It's been almost 12 years now, but the memory is so vivid it could have been yesterday. I don't talk about it much. My friends and I have this unspoken agreement to avoid bringing it up, but lately I've been having these dreams again, and I need to get this off my chest. Back in 2011, I was a 19-year-old preparing for engineering entrance exams in India. I lived in a small town called Amravati, but the best coaching institute was in Nagpur, about an hour's drive away. 7 of us from my town, Rohan, Priya, Deepak, Amit, Sanjana, Vikram and me, Nisha, carpooled together 3 times a week for these classes. Rohan's dad had given him permission to use their Maruti Swift, and we'd split the petrol costs. Our routine was simple: leave by 7 in the morning, attend classes all day, and start back home around 8:30 in the evening. The drive itself wasn't particularly interesting, just a straight highway cutting through farmland and occasional patches of forest. But we enjoyed those rides, talking about classes, sharing snacks, or just listening to music. Those were simpler times. This particular day was a Thursday in late October. It had been raining on and off, and the air was unusually chilly for that time of year. Our classes had run late because of an upcoming test, so we didn't leave Nagpur until almost 9. None of us were particularly thrilled about the late start. The highway wasn't well lit, and during monsoon season, fog sometimes rolled in after dark. About halfway home, we reached the Kirkani Bridge. It's not a massive structure, maybe 100 meters long, spanning a small river that swells during the rainy season. During the day, you can see the riverbed below, mostly rocks with a thin stream of water running through them in the dry months, but that night it was probably flowing pretty good after the recent rains. Rohan was driving. I was in the passenger seat, and everyone else was crammed in the back. We were all tired, and the conversation had died down. The only sound was the low hum of the radio playing some Bollywood song I can't remember now. The headlights cut through the darkness ahead, and occasionally we'd pass the glaring high beams of a truck coming from the opposite direction, but traffic was sparse. As we approached the middle of the bridge, Rohan suddenly tensed up beside me. "What the?" he started to say, and then slammed on the brakes so hard that I lurched forward against my seatbelt. The tires screeched against the wet asphalt as the car fishtailed slightly before coming to a stop. "What happened?" Priya shouted from the back seat. "There was a man." Rohan's voice was shaking. "A man just appeared in front of the car." My heart was hammering in my chest as I peered through the windshield. The headlights illuminated the empty road ahead, rain glistening on the asphalt, but there was no one there. "I saw him too," I said, and I had. For a split second, there had been a figure directly in our path, a man standing completely still, facing away from us. "I think we hit him," Deepak said from behind me, his voice barely audible. I heard a thud. No, Sanjana cut in, leaning forward between the front seats. "He jumped. I swear I saw him jump off the bridge." We all started talking at once, some insisting they'd heard an impact, others claiming they'd seen the figure disappear over the side of the bridge. Rohan sat frozen, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles had turned white. "We need to check," Amit finally said, reaching for the door handle. Rohan snapped out of his daze. "Wait," he said, putting the car in park and switching on the hazard lights. "I'll go look." I'm not sure why, but I grabbed his arm. "Don't go alone." So 4 of us got out: Rohan, Amit, Vikram, and me. The moment I stepped onto the bridge, I felt something was off. The air felt heavier somehow, and despite the occasional car passing on the other side of the highway, it seemed unnaturally quiet. The sound of the river below seemed muffled, as if coming from much further away than it actually was. We checked the front of the car first. There was no damage, no dent, no blood, nothing to suggest we'd hit anything. We walked a few meters ahead and peered over both sides of the bridge, using our mobile phone torches to scan the area below. "I can't see anything," Vikram said, shining his light on the churning water about 20 feet below us. "Maybe he ran away," Amit suggested, but none of us believed that. There was nowhere to run to, just an open highway stretching in both directions. "Let's get out of here," I said, suddenly feeling very exposed on that bridge. My skin was crawling, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. We hurried back to the car where the others were waiting anxiously. "Nothing," Rohan reported as we climbed in. No sign of anyone. I know what I saw, Sanjana insisted. He jumped. And I heard the impact, Deepak maintained. Rohan turned the key in the ignition. The engine coughed once, twice, and then fell silent. He tried again. Nothing. Not even the clicking sound of a dead battery. Just complete silence. "What's wrong with it?" Priya asked, leaning forward. "I don't know," Rohan muttered, trying the key again. "It was fine all day." We went through all the usual checks. The fuel gauge showed half a tank, the battery had been replaced just a month ago, and none of the warning lights had come on before the car stopped. It simply refused to start. "I'll call my dad," Rohan said, pulling out his phone. He frowned at the screen. No signal. One by one, we all checked our phones. Not one of us had a signal, despite the highway usually having decent coverage. That's when the first real wave of fear hit me. Something wasn't right. "We should try to flag down another car," Vikram suggested. It was a reasonable idea. We were on a highway after all. But in the 15 minutes since we'd stopped, not a single vehicle had passed our side of the road, just a few occasional headlights on the far side, heading toward Nagpur. Rohan tried the ignition again. Nothing. We sat in silence for a few minutes, unsure what to do next. That's when we heard it. It started as a low moan, so faint I thought I was imagining it, but then it came again, louder this time, clearly audible even over the sound of the rain that had started falling harder. It was coming from beneath the bridge. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, not wanting to be the only one. The expressions on everyone's faces told me they had. It came again. A long, drawn-out sound that wasn't quite human, but wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard either. "It's probably just the wind," Amit said, but his voice cracked. Another sound followed, something like scraping or scratching against the concrete supports of the bridge. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. "Try the car again," Priya urged, her voice tight with fear. Rohan turned the key, and again nothing happened. The moaning sound grew louder, and now it seemed to be moving, not just from directly below us anymore, but from one end of the bridge to the other, as if whatever was making it was pacing back and forth. "We should get out and run," Sanjana suggested, but no one moved. The idea of being outside the car on that bridge with that sound beneath us was unthinkable. Then came the worst part. A rhythmic thumping started, like footsteps but heavier, more deliberate. Thump. Thump, thump. It was coming up the embankment. "Oh God," Deepak whispered. "It's coming up." We all fell silent, straining to hear over the sound of our own panicked breathing and the rain drumming on the roof. The thumping stopped. For a moment, there was nothing. Then something hit the bottom of the car, hard enough to make it rock slightly. Priya screamed. I think I might have too. Rohan frantically tried the ignition again, twisting the key so hard I thought it might snap off. The thumping came again, moving from beneath the car to the side, as if something was walking around us, staying just out of sight in the darkness beyond our headlights. I was pressed against my seat, eyes fixed forward, too terrified to look out the window beside me. What if I saw a face looking back? The thought alone made me want to vomit. The sound circled the car once, twice, and then stopped at the boot. There was a long moment of silence, and then the car shook as something heavy climbed onto it. I could hear the metal of the roof creaking above our heads. Slowly, deliberately, whatever it was moved forward, the roof denting slightly with each movement. No one spoke. No one moved. I don't think any of us were even breathing. It stopped directly above us. I could feel its weight pressing down, hear a strange sliding sound as it shifted position. Droplets of what I desperately hoped was rain began to fall on the windshield, dark, viscous droplets that the wipers couldn't quite clear away. And then, as suddenly as it had started, the engine roared to life. The headlights, which had been dimming, blazed at full strength. The radio, which had gone silent, blasted at maximum volume, making us all jump. "Drive!" I screamed, and Rohan didn't need to be told twice. He slammed the car into gear and floored the accelerator. The car shot forward, tires squealing on the wet road. I was thrown back against my seat as we sped off the bridge and down the highway. No one spoke for several minutes as Rohan pushed the car to its limits, the speedometer climbing past 100, then 120 kilometers per hour. It wasn't until we saw the lights of Amravati in the distance that he finally eased off the gas. What was that? Priya finally broke the silence, her voice barely audible. None of us had an answer. We drove straight to Rohan's house, and his father, seeing our state, called all our parents to let them know we were safe, but would be staying over. No one asked why. They probably assumed it was the rain or car trouble. That night, huddled in Rohan's living room, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Deepak suggested it might have been some kind of prank, but who would wait in the rain on a deserted bridge just to scare random passers-by? Amit thought maybe we'd all just panicked over nothing, a fallen branch or an animal crossing the road, but that didn't explain the sounds, or the weight on the roof, or the car not starting. The next day, Rohan's father checked the car and found nothing wrong with it. No explanation for why it wouldn't start, no damage to the front where we thought we'd hit someone, and no dents on the roof where we'd felt something walking. We made a pact never to take that route again, even if it meant a longer journey, and we never did. A month later, I heard a story from a distant cousin about a suicide on that bridge years ago, a man who jumped after losing his family in a car accident. But I don't know if it's true or just one of those stories people tell. I still don't know what happened that night. Was it a ghost, some kind of curse, mass hysteria? I've run through every rational explanation I can think of, but nothing fully accounts for what the seven of us experienced. All I know is that sometimes, late at night, I still hear that moaning sound in my dreams. And sometimes, when it rains, I check my car's roof for dents that shouldn't be there.